Oh, I'm muted. That's what it was. We live? I'm muted. What going on? Hold on. Am I live?
No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big old booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask her about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tennis. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. Seen some thousands, now I'm at some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut live out. What we doing tonight, chat, man? Hold on. We still in intro mode. Who we got in here? Dwayne, what it do? Laurie, what it do? What's up, Big Niche? What's up, David? What's up, Trudy? What we doing tonight? OG Dave in the building early, man. Y'all know what time it is. Double tap that screen, shut live out. We still in intro mode, baby.
I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut live out. Michelle, you said, where's Plug? Come on now. You see me in here, Michelle. What it do, EOC? What's up, Alan? What we doing tonight, y'all lot? Y'all lot, what we doing tonight, chat? Double tap that screen, shut live out, man. Oh, man. Double tap that screen, shut live out. What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing? You say 50K, Dwayne? Yes, we need 50K in here, man. What we doing, man? We got the Nolan Wells case cracked wide open. We got the finger pointing that's begun. We got hidden relationships and more. Double tap that screen. Shut a live out, chat. We got an action-packed episode. OG Dave, I see you sliding in, man. What do we got on the episode tonight, chat? What do we got on the lineup, man? We're gonna hang out tonight. We're gonna kick it, man. We got Carl Karowicz, 47. He unalived his wife, Mandy, 39 years old, and their 6 children before setting multiple fires inside of their Michigan home and taking his own life. The investigation turns from how did this happen to why did this happen. We're going to break that down. It's looking like he might have had some foster kids or maybe he adopted some kids. I don't know, man. It's 6 kids. He unalived all of them. They said he got fired from his job. I guess he was having an affair, and he just took out the whole damn family, chat. We're going to get into that. Also, we got 2 men from Louisiana. They're record label owners. They have been convicted because they took out $4.25 million life insurance policies on aspiring and upcoming artists using stolen identities. So what they did was they told these artists like, hey, we'll invest in you. You come rap for us. And the whole time they were putting life insurance policies on them. One of those artists didn't last 2 months. He signed a record deal with them. 2 months later, his ass was dead and they had a policy out on him. We're gonna cover that as well. Nolan Wells' mom is being targeted by racists in her hometown. They're flooding her job with bad reviews. That's crazy. Some of the reviews say would not recommend her a week ago. 3 days ago, I wouldn't trust her to care for anyone. I don't hate anyone that much to recommend her. Her oath is to do no harm. A day ago says, unfortunately, I'm looking for another medical provider. I don't feel Christine has my best interest at heart. I should be treated as the same as her patients that share her skin color. So they're flooding her job with these reviews right now, man. That's crazy they doing that to Nolan's mom. Double tap that screen, shut a live out, chat. What else do we got? Bart, there's something about this kid, Bart, and that girl, Katie. There's something about they may have been dating. I seen Tisa Tales covered it as well. The video got above me is Gilbert Arenas. He's finally talking and breaking his silence on why his show ended. Now, if y'all remember, we covered that a few months ago. It seems like Gil was in allegedly involved in some gambling deals with the Israeli mobsters. They said they went in there, raided his crib, I believe, and brought him out about some casino gambling chips, man, celebrity poker games, and some more shit. Also, we have Corey Ruiz. I don't know what happened, but Officer Tatum's talking about Black Lives Matter erupts after the truth about Corey Ruiz comes out. I don't know. I guess we'll cover that Corey Ruiz case. And we have Judge Mathis calling this a lynching in so many words. Like I said, we'll get into that, Bart, and a few other things. Billionaires have already poured $433 million into the 2026 midterm elections, and 80% of that money is going to the Republicans, man. Also, we got Tuskegee University puts a ban on do-rags, bonnets, and house shoes under their new student dress code policy. Should the college kids be able to wear bonnets and do-rags on campus? All right, and it says Americans now are spending more on sports betting than the movies, arts, museums, and music combined. They're spending more on sports betting than movies, arts, museums, and music combined. How do y'all feel about that, chat? I think that that's probably a true figure, man. I definitely believe that's a true figure. Double tap that screen, shut a live out, chat. We're about to get into the episode, man. Let's see what Gil's talking about on the reason that his show was ending. Now, remember, all of them got fired. They all got let go. The network got brought out. They brought somebody in. Gil ended up getting raided, and he got federally charged, allegedly. He had some shit going on with the feds about a gambling ring, and he was getting ready to renegotiate his deal with Underdogs. He said he was about to ask for $30 to $40 million a year. He gets raided. They walk him out. He says he's finna tell on everybody because he didn't do nothing wrong. And now we're here. Let's hear from him.
Judge.
Okay.
He said nothing was gonna happen, man. I ain't gotta listen to this shit. You know what I mean? I already paid my money, so I ain't gotta listen to none of this up in here. Right? So what happened was this. When that case happened,
Okay.
right? When the case happened, we got a new dude that was responsible for what was going on. And it was basically my contract was coming up.
I did not get your message, Michelle. I'm gonna have to check it here in a second. I'll check it here in a second. What's up, Carlos? I did not check the message here, Michelle.
Yeah. So it was basically, we're gonna negotiate you. We're gonna negotiate while you on the floor.
Yeah.
Right. So it was basically it seemed like just a takeover.
Oh, yeah.
So we started off number one basketball show, right? Live show on the internet. We go from 4 days, thinking we're about to get 5 days, go to 2 days. Right? So it was basically this big standoff. So it's like, all right, this is how y'all want to play? And it was like, yeah, you know, this is part of negotiation. And I was like, you don't want to negotiate with a dude like me. I'm an athlete. This is what I do.
Yeah.
I like this type of back and forth. So I thought we was family. If you're going to let the dude come in, I know how this is going to end. He's not smart enough in this tactical realm to go against me. Because if they fire me, I get all my Gills Arena rights. Because once we're done, I get my Gills Arena rights, and I didn't want to wait till June 31st. Right? So I wanted you to do in May. And then because once May came and you did it, y'all are fired.
So boom, he's saying that they brought basically they were coming in. They told him they were gonna cut him from 4 days a week to 2 days a week while he was pushing for 5 days a week. But he said if they ended the contract, he would get the rights back to Gills Arena, which he does have the rights back now, and I think they moved on with a new network. But listen to how everybody around him treated him. Now remember, he's not gonna mention it in this podcast, but we gotta remember what was going on around that time is he got arrested for that gambling ring. And listen how he say Rashad McCants and everybody treated him.
Yeah. All y'all fired the day after.
You went to them early?
Oh, we got Laurie coming through with a $20 super chat that says like and subscribe, chat. Y'all better like and subscribe. Laurie dropped a 20 ball in here for that shit, man. Thank you, Laurie. I hope you had a great start to your week, Laurie. I hope you had a great start to your week. Thank you for always showing up and supporting me, Laurie.
Earlier? Who? Did you go to them early and say that you was ready to be done? Underdog?
No. See, this was an underdog.
Oh.
This was that dude.
Oh, that they bought in.
The dude, like the dude that just came in. So because he wanted to negotiate, I negotiated the way I negotiate. Who you negotiating with it? I go straight to them. Hey, listen, when I end, I have the rights to Gills Arena. So what you want to do? Well, we're gonna go with you. All right, bet. And I said, hey, just keep negotiating with him. I need to see who he really is. I want to see who the.
So boom, now Gil's saying that he already knows that he's leaving. He's gonna get the rights back to his show. Nobody else around him really knows that. None of the other sportscasts and this guy that he's negotiating with doesn't know that, hey, he's leaving. He's gonna take his name. But they got everything together, and he's saying, well, look, keep negotiating with them. See how low they'll really go. See how much they really fuck with me. Now listen.
Cast is when they think I'm out.
My enemy's enemy.
What's up, nobody?
I just sat back with all the raises in my pocket, just sitting there. Oh, you want to keep shouting them out, huh? Oh, hey, you keep shouting out. Wait, hold on. Like you gonna keep shouting? Like I don't mind the underdog. Me and the underdog are cool. You keep shouting out that name. That name is an enemy. And I talk.
So boom, he's saying that Rashad McCants keeps shouting out a name. The name that Rashad McCants is shouting out is the new guy that Underdogs brought in to, shake up the company or whatever. He's saying that, look, Rashad McCants, you keep shouting this dude out. You know this dude is the enemy. You know he's trying to get us all the fuck up out of here, and you keep shouting him out. Why is that? Oh, you done cut a back-end deal. You sold me the fuck out. In so many words.
I told you he's the enemy. And you're going to keep shouting him out, not realizing you go there, you're dead, because he dead.
And then you're talking about, I don't want to, name specific names. Talking about
Cemetery Larry, he in the cemetery.
Cemetery Larry, I like that.
Cemetery. I got his raise right in the pocket. Now I got to give it to somebody else. Now I got to give everything he worked for. I got to give it to somebody else because the person he went with, he did. He got nothing.
Damn.
He in the grave. He next to.
Y'all don't think that's crazy, chat? Shannon Sharp getting ready to sell his umbrella media company. It was 5 shows, $100 million. He gets hit by Gabriella. I don't know how much they end up selling the network for, but she gets $11 million. We got Cam Newton. He just got cut from ESPN. He's been over there talking, a little spicy, having, different guests on the show. You got Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark just won an award, best sportscaster and shit like that. They gave him the axe. He has his show to pivot. Now he's crying for visibility, it looks like. And now you got Gil's Arenas. Gil was up for, renegotiation. He was about to get $30 million a year, and shit, he gets hit by the feds. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy.
To you, y'all both buried the same place.
I knew I would like you, nigga. I knew I would like, cause you petty as hell. This is good.
Petty as hell. But think about it. If everybody think you out, right? You really got to see who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're telling me, oh yeah, if you don't want to negotiate, don't come to work. I wasn't planning to come to work anyway. Goddamn it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm building a new studio back at the crib.
Okay. Now August, the plan to bring Gil's Arena back independently.
Christian?
I know you spoke about that. Is that still a go?
See, it was going to be August because I wanted to jump them.
Right.
Right? Because they was going to come back like September, October. So I wanted to start in when they was on vacation to take the time slot from them.
Okay.
Because they're not going to want to compete. Now they fired. Like, damn. So, you know what I mean? Like, they fired. You know what I mean?
So nobody from Gil's Arena is coming back? It's just you?
I don't know, man. Josiah.
Okay. Shout out Josiah.
Josiah, you know what I mean?
You know what I mean? That's my guy.
I ain't know that nigga was that tall, bro.
Yeah, he used to play at UCLA.
I mean, I knew that.
Yeah,
Totally.
yeah.
I ain't know he was that. I ain't know that though.
I want y'all to know that these shows and these athletes, streamers, whoever you see, the ones that are taking these sports betting deals, chat, they're getting paid. They're getting like $500,000-$600,000 a month minimum. They're getting like $500,000-$600,000 a month for these deals. If they're a big enough celebrity, they garner enough audience, they're getting $500,000 a month minimum.
Big fella, man.
So
Yeah.
you got to remember, I had the contract since January, bro.
Right.
And I was recruiting.
Right.
Right, because I thought they was going to last, because their contract is in September.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured that they would be held all the way to September. So I was like, all right, let me get my people.
What's up, OG Yosemite?
I saved some of the staff members that got fired from the new dudes.
Right. But the actual rotating cast.
So look at Gil. Gil took a book, a page out of Cam Newton's book. Well, Cam might be taking a page out of Gil's book because he said I kept some of the staff. Some of the staff that underdogs fired, I brought them over to my corporation. Some of the people that was working over there, I brought them over to my corporation. I couldn't save everybody. Some people turned their backs on me, but the people that fucked with me, I brought them over to my corporation. We got a new deal. Shit's gonna be moving the same. I respect that. I don't know what's gonna happen with that channel, because that channel has like 1 million subscribers. I don't know what's gonna happen with that channel, but we know Gil's taking the name Gil's Arena, and he's finna go build it up with another company.
It's like everybody's going. Kenyon.
Yeah, they all got fired.
Nick. Rashad.
Shit.
Okay.
Definitely Rashad.
Okay.
Parted ways or got fired? That's different.
They got fired. Right. I just stayed home, hoping I would get fired. So they had to stop the show that day.
Oh, they
And
got
then-
fired from the company.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
from
Yeah, so
Gil himself. I'm trying to clear that up.
No.
Listen.
I didn't fire. They left me.
And then they got fired.
Then they got fired from the company. Yeah.
So you're not gonna-
when your girl cheat on you,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
and then
what?
Yeah, when your girl cheat on you, and you be like, damn, and she go with the other dude, and then the other dude got a wife. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, baby. You know what I mean? They just stuck with the egg on their face. You know what I mean? That's what that is.
I ain't fucking with you, Gil.
Hit the like button, chat.
Nah, man, they, you know what I mean? I know they still had to do their job, but
Right.
like I wanted to see where the loyalty was.
Was there anything specifically? You said Rashad specifically. Was there anything that he specifically did that let you know,
Yes.
like, I really can't?
He kept shouting out the dude's name
Mm-hmm.
that was tanking our show.
Cemetery lyric.
Yeah, like the dude didn't do nothing for you, dog. He didn't. Your deal was done before he got here.
You're
First
talking
of all,
about Rashad McCants,
real
y'all.
talk. He tried to fire you at the beginning of the season.
Listen to why.
He tried to fire you at the beginning of the season. That's why they were trying to, like, Skip was getting paid.
Now listen, the reason that he's saying they tried to fire Rashad McCants at the beginning of the season, it makes a lot of sense because they're, like I said, they got the gambling deal. If they got the gambling deal, that's a lot of fucking money. You got ad sponsors coming in, and what does Rashad McCants do? He always saying nigga on the show. Y'all know Paul Pierce saying nigga all the time. KG be putting shit on Vice Lord. It's a lot of shit going on with these some hood niggas doing these shows. And Rashad McCants is always saying nigga on the show. So Gil like, look, nigga, they trying to fire you. You think these ad sponsors want niggas on here saying nigga every other day? No, that's why they want to bring Skip Bayless and them over here. You don't understand. You don't see what's going on. Crazy.
For 4 days. He was only there 3. One was going to be our show. And that was to replace him because they both contrarians. They both go against it. But they said Skip does it better. He don't cuss. He don't drop the N-bomb every other hour. So they're looking for these sponsors. So they're trying to fire you. Me and Joe standing on 10 toes. Nah, we good. We're good with our roster. We're number 1 with our roster. Right? So what they did is like, all right, well, Joe and Gil ain't breaking. Hey, Rashad, you want to play? You want to go to the football? Yeah, come on, football on Friday. Yeah, do a little football. So he's going to jump on the football. Then they're like, hey, can Skip come on the show with you? We can do that on Friday too. Then they do an episode with Skip on Friday. And he's like, oh man, me and Skip. And so they did that to him.
Right.
But I'm like, yo, dude never did
Piano.
anything. Why are you going with dude? I told you we had beef and we had war. He's trying to take over Gil's arena. So you giving him shout outs, 3 of them. So I'm like, all right. I told you we beefing with him. So the fact that you in your shout out, it ain't Underdog. Me and Underdog, we good. Jeremy, Nick, like Kate, those are beautiful people. They just hired a dude who was just a weed, right? And he kept shouting this dude out. And I was like, all right, okay, y'all got something going on. He done promised you something. I bet.
Gotcha. Okay. That's understandable, man. I get it.
This is a dirty business, boy.
Shit. Like me and Shad didn't have no problems. Like I didn't have no problem. Like what he did is what he did. It's just that, why you like him? Like why are you picking him over us?
Y'all haven't spoken since?
Nah.
Okay.
But how can you do that though? Like
I understand where he's coming from. I mean,
listen,
you might want to hear him out.
No. What I'm saying is if it was Underdog, like giving him a better position and say an Underdog and Jeremy, like, yo, we want you as a star.
I know how it goes.
Like,
But
the shit you did for 4 years, you deserve your own show and all this.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
But I told you, I have a problem. Me and Joe, he's trying to fire us. He tried to fire you. We beefing because of you, technically. Because we not letting what was going down go down. We're not integrating. This was player podcast. Right? So we're standing down for you. So for you to pick his side, that became a problem. But you knew that. And you purposely doing it now.
Yeah. Man.
That's just sad, man.
All right, man, that's the Gil situation. Rashad McCants did respond back to him, leaked some text messages, but in the text messages, Gil was basically fighting for them to have more days on the show. We'll be watching that situation closely, chat. We're going to move on. This right here is the guys from Louisiana that I was telling you about at the beginning of the show. Now, we heard about a few rap labels that have been allegedly doing this, but I guess this was an independent label. Now, these guys started a rap label in Louisiana with signing artists and then going behind their back and putting life insurance policies on them. One artist signed with them, didn't last 2 months. And they tried to make claim on, I believe, a $2-point-something million policy. So this is the price of fame sometimes, chat. This is the people want to be famous. They want to rap. They want to be a celebrity. Whole time, these motherfuckers is putting life insurance policies on you. Trying to get you up out of here. Wipe your nose. You might already be in some shit. They think that you don't got long. They sign you, put that life insurance on you, and your ass is a pack. Great. But yeah, we'll be watching this situation closely. I just wanted to bring y'all that. All right, where is it at? All right, we finna get into this, this Officer Tatum talking about Corey Ruiz. I don't know much about the Corey Ruiz case, chat. If y'all are familiar with the Corey Ruiz case, press 1. Press 1 if y'all are familiar with it.
Now, I don't know why people don't say, why did he not do that? Why is he fighting the cops for the 400th time? No accountability. Why did the cops de-escalate? Why did your daddy out here committing crimes and fighting cops with a knife in his hand trying to stab people? If you're looking for the best bourbon on the market, look no further, Verdict Bourbon is the best. It's not from this angle as clean as I would like to be able to give a definitive statement of justification. But when I look at the totality of circumstances and I look at the law that's applicable in this situation, it appears that they used the use of force continuum to the T. They used hand control. They tried to use a taser. The taser deployed didn't work. He produced a knife, and then they used deadly force. So the force continuum that they used, according to what we can see, was textbook. And then I want people to understand this. You may not like the reality of this, then vote the...
Okay, this was in Madison, Wisconsin. I didn't know about this case. So they saying that they tackling him, he fighting the police. They tried to tase him, taser didn't work, and a knife comes out. Where did he have the knife in his hand? Did it fall out? So what's up with the knife? And then they blew him down?
To change the law. But
what's
the
up,
reality
Shirley?
is, if a person produced a deadly weapon and any officer that's engaged with him feel that there's threat of serious bodily injury or death, then they can utilize deadly force against him. Now, I want people to understand deadly force utilization and death are two different things that are unrelated and they really do not matter. So whether a person die does not mean that the officer is justified or not. Because an officer can shoot somebody justifiably and they can live or die, and none of that matters when you look at justification. They can
They said allegedly he cut an officer. Now, I'm not gonna lie, Chad. If you cut you out, if you cut an officer, your ass asking for it. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. The police might fuck around and blow you down. You cut a police with the knife, you damn near asking for it right there. I'm not gonna lie.
justly shoot somebody.
But how do we know? You said probably just poked them. If you poke an officer with a knife, your ass is asking for it. Now, did the officer actually get cut by it? I don't know. If a knife falls out, I don't know. But if that knife cut that officer or stabbed that officer, I'm not surprised he got his ass blew down. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
And they can live
Thank
or
you,
die,
Zombie.
and none of that matters because they were unjust when they shot the person. Based on the preliminary evidence that I'm looking at and I'm watching with my own eyes, I believe at this point, given the fact that he produced a knife after all of this, that the shooting was justified. Roll the clip. Pause. So as you see, they're fighting this guy. The camera shows up after they have already been fighting with him. He's clearly incredibly strong because 5 officers can't even get him on the ground. Some of them on their knees. He's still standing up and doing all this. They deploy the taser. It does not appear that the taser was as effective as it should have been. And then you watch the video here, you're going to see them remove the knife and throw it off to the side because he clearly had a knife in his hand, as you can see the direction and where they pulled it from and the fact that the officer had been yelling knife, knife, knife before the shooting even happened. Roll the clip. Watch this. Threw the knife back there. From his hands, not his waistband, from his hands. Now, I don't know why people don't say, why did he not do that? Why is he fighting the cops for the 400th time? No accountability. Why didn't the cops de-escalate? Why did your daddy out here committing crimes and fighting cops with a knife in his hand trying to stab people? I want to give y'all a rundown of his rap sheet. He got a rap sheet like Lil Wayne wrote this. Y'all don't get it. Lil Wayne is a rapper. Okay, let's let's look at some of this stuff. Let's go here.
Yeah, that was a weak ass joke. I'm not gonna lie. He got a rap sheet like Lil Wayne. Like Lil Wayne wrote this. Nigga, Lil Wayne was the first nigga not writing. Lil Wayne was the first nigga freestyling like that. Like, come on, Wayne, Gucci, and damn Jay-Z was the first niggas that said they would. See, this how you know he's not tapped in, bro. This how you know I don't know what's wrong.
Now let's start from the top. Corey Darrell Ruiz. 38-year-old man was fatally shot by Madison police on July the 22nd, 2026 after police say he produced a fixed blade knife during a struggle, injuring an officer and continuing to resist after taser was deployed. We're going to talk about the use of force continuum here in a minute and why I think that they use the use of force continuum according to the textbook. Based on Wisconsin Circuit Court access records reviewed by Wisconsin Right Now.
You said if black people could swim, they would be in the Olympics. That's not some black people shit. Some black people can swim damn good, but it's certain shit that's just not for black people, like shuffleboarding and the damn, what's that shit called where they push the damn little hockey puck, the little puck thing, and they got the little ice scrapers and shit, and water polo and shit like that. That just shit's just not made for us, man. It's okay. What's up, Gito?
Ruiz had at least 22 reported criminal convictions dating back to 2007. 22 convictions. Not arrest, convictions. You know how much crime you have to do? If you got a conviction every month, you almost got a conviction every month for 2 years. Let's go through his charges.
All right. I ain't really tripping on his charges. I'm trying to see what's going on. All right. We're going to move on, man. I thought it was going to be able to see the video, but obviously he got it blurred out. So if he got it blurred out, that means they probably going to strike the video for the graphic scene. I guess the police blew him down. All right, let's move on into the Nolan Will situation. I don't know about this Bart dude. So this is what we finna find out. I don't know about Bart. Bart got a shiesty mask on in this video, in this picture. They got him with a shiesty mask on. Oh, shit. Hit the like button, chat. Y'all double tap that screen, shut the live out, man. I'm pulling it up now.
Reporting live from Irish Club, Fight Plus News, I'm Janaba. The case of Nolan Wells has now hit another level of discussion after leaked official audio of his friends, who some consider were not his friends, emergency call to a boat tow company will begin circulating online.
Hey, we're at the...
Man, you said what's wrong with classical music? You can't twerk. You don't even know what the hell the language is. You just in here damn talking, man. Your ass is just in here talking, Rush. But I'm going to say this. You don't even listen to classical music. How the fuck you going to say what's wrong with classical? Your name is Rush Babe Rules. You're not listening to no fucking classical music. You're listening to punk rock, heavy metal, a little country, and some fucking Drake. I know what you're listening to with Rush Babe Rules. You're listening to heavy metal, a little punk rock, country, and fucking Drake. Get out of here, bro. You're not listening to country music. I mean, classical music. You can't name one classical artist without looking it up.
west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Now, what will shock listeners from the recorded audio was the commotion taking place in the background as the boat's driver, identified as Wyatt Pyron, spoke with the operator of Sea Tow while allegedly struggling with the boat. As reported, along with others, we appear to hear the word dead be used, along with something that sounds like Nolan, followed by a cry out of "oh my god" by a female passenger. Then a male voice saying "wake the F up" or "shut the F up," and lastly someone yelling out "damn it, Bart." Now, some have gone on to attempt to debunk a few of those claims.
Rush Babe Rules says you don't know shit. I know you stepped in some shit when you came in here running your mouth. You came in here trying to get a hee-hee-ha-ha kick up. Now, yo ass the joke. That's what I do know, that you stepped in some shit coming in here, opening your damn mouth. Yeah, I don't even know who brought you in here, man. Who brought Rush Babe Rules? Who plus one is that? Hey, man, your ass didn't bring no drinks. You didn't bring no damn hot dog buns, no hamburger buns. You didn't even bring that fucking potato salad with the raisins in it. And your ass got something to say, man. Who brought Rush Babe Rules in here?
Being reported. So in this report, we will focus on the words that mainly everyone agrees to have.
Oh, you said, and my name is about Rush Limbaugh. So now you're around here holding Rush Limbaugh's balls in your hand and parading around YouTube, just saying random shit with Rush Limbaugh's balls in your hand. This shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy.
I've heard, which is the woman yelling out, "Oh my God," and "Damn it, Bart." According to a recent interview by Warren Hudson, the self-proclaimed best friend of Nolan, and who was identified since the case's earliest reports, the leaked call would be made just as they were getting help to be told by their friend Bart Edmiston, which means that "Damn it, Bart" was more than likely directed towards Edmiston, who happens to be a former student of Ocean Springs High School and a now collegiate athlete.
Yeah, I just know your girlfriend doesn't like you. Anybody running around YouTube with the Rush Babe Rules as their name, and they have a girl at home, oh yeah, she hates you. She hates you, man. I know you ain't putting in no work at the crib, man. It's no way, bro. It's no way.
Athlete for the University of Wyoming as their starting punter. Now, upon research, it can even be confirmed that Bart and Wells were also former teammates, as seen here in this picture, shared on Ocean Spring High School's football Facebook page, and ironically, what appeared to be a very wholesome moment of them next to each other, talking to elementary students, no longer reflects the status of where Edmiston and Wells have now ended up today, with one being a victim of a mysterious death and another accused of being behind it. Now, for those who feel Edmiston should be in question, mainly comes from his aggressive tone when seemingly yelling out, "Shut the F up" or "Wake the F up" before someone yells out, "Damn it, Bart," which for those who feel that the audio reveals a possibly dying Nolan was on one of the boats or near the boats, falls perfectly into the timeline after female passenger would yell, "Oh my God," in horror as if she witnessed something gruesome. Suspicions for some about Bart also center around the lack of mention of him by anyone during this entire case.
No one mentioned him. He came out of nowhere, man. Damn. Everyone hit the like button, chat. Damn, this is my first time today really hearing about this Bart guy. Y'all know we didn't go live yesterday because we held the first workshop, Prompts to Products, the first workshop, and it was wonderful, chat. We got 6 more slots left. If y'all want to sign up, it's Saturday. Every Saturday, we're doing the Prompts to Products in the Discord. But we did a test run yesterday, and it was wonderful, man. It was wonderful. I screen recorded it. I'll post it on the other channel. But I haven't heard of this Bart guy at all. At all.
As if he was purposely being hidden. So who is Bart Edmiston Jr.? According to research, he is 21 years of age and looks to have left Ocean Springs High School soon after he and a younger Wells were teammates in 2022 to continue his football career. He is noted for being one of Mississippi's best high school punters, followed by several awards in his time in junior college. To just as recent as last October, as we would make the Ray Guy Award Raise 8 selection.
I'm not gonna lie, Bart looked like he could punt the hell out of a football, don't he? Bart looked like he's a Pat McAfee ass, man, gonna punt the hell out of that football.
One of the top 8 punters in the country with an average of 45.3 yards per punt. Back in 2022, Edmiston was
What's
named
up, Travis?
Athlete of the Week by Gulf Coast, Mississippi news outlet WXXV25.
My dad, which is also Bart Edmiston, I'm a junior, he kicked at the University of Florida, 1992-96. And then he's always wanted me to kick, and then I started it going into my 8th grade year. Last year I was the only kicker on the roster, so I had to do everything by myself, be my own ball boy, go fetch all my balls. But now, I have my little brother, he came up, he's in 10th grade, he's a kicker and punter also. But now I make him do all my duties for me. I'll make him go fetch the balls. He's my ball boy now. Kind of mean, but it's brotherly love. When I hit a good punt or a good field goal, I just chase that again.
Now, outside of this audio that has now placed Edmiston at the center,
Man, Bart out there punting the football. It ain't no reason he got this shiesty mask on. I'm just gonna be honest with you, bro. There's nothing on the field calls for Bart to need a shiesty, bro.
of what happened to Wells, there already appears to have been a paper trail on him. As revealed by several sources, Edmiston met with the police and his boat's GPS data was also pulled. In a separate report, it goes on to say that Edmiston provided an investigator with his driver's license and boat registration card. Now, as we stated in our most recent report, we are certain that the FBI and investigators have the necessary tools to confirm what was said in the background during the emergency call to end all speculation. But until that happens, Edmiston now...
Like, I could see if they said he was a safety, he was a linebacker, you know, a receiver. Bruh.
sits in the spotlight, as Wells' family and supporters continue to ask questions on how did a 6'1" athlete vanish amongst a crowd of hundreds of people and then be
Hit the
later
like
washed
button,
ashore
chat.
in the area he was last seen, with no witnesses coming forward when he was first reported to be missing. Now, as mentioned by state officials, the investigation on the mysterious death of Nolan Wells is ongoing, but it appears that the longer that they wait and bits of information comes out, only creates an environment for more speculation. As far as what should happen next, people like former Mississippi Judge Carlos Moore are expecting arrests to be made soon. On his Facebook, Moore would write, "We need some arrests this week." Now, across parts of social media, many will take to TikTok and elsewhere to share the reaction to the newly highlighted audio and their thoughts on what needs to happen.
You said Warren told on him, plug. He told Tatum his name, and then his name came out in a police report. I didn't hear him say the name with Officer Tatum. I didn't hear that. Shirley said could a substance have been used? I don't think so, Shirley. I don't think so. But I don't know. Officer Tatum dropped the video, right? And in this video, basically they said that they were using blow. I'm not gonna say the actual word for it. They said there was some blow involved. Now, y'all remember when I had the people call in that went to that school district, the actual school, Ocean Springs, and they was telling us about the party life, and they was saying like, hey, look, man, it's a lot of shit that be going on out there. And I was like, what do you mean it's a lot of shit that be going on? They was like, man, shit going on. Motherfuckers is out there getting high. Now we got the narrative coming out that it may have been some blow involved. So I don't know. I'm not going to put nothing in the system till the toxicology report comes out. But it is crazy that the people called in saying, hey, word out here is that it could have been some other shit. And now we got the bigger media picking it up that, hey, it could have been some other shit. That's kind of crazy.
The Nolan Wells case, I am convinced that he was strangled on that boat by Bart. And this is why. So with the audio and the confirmation, I was waiting for more of an expert kind of level. So like Nancy Grace, and she's bringing all these experts and confirming transcripts that I've heard from other creators on here that isolated some of the voice on there. Yeah, whoever this Bart guy.
See, look at that, Rush. You done came in here talking shit. You done made some friends. You done put you a damn profile picture up. See, Rush, you at the barbecue. Rush can stay, man. Now, whoever brought Rush to the barbecue, raise your hand. Rush can stay. Rush done made some fucking friends and everything here. Now, Rush, don't get in this bitch playing. Lala got some plain lays for you. We're going to bring out the rest of the food and shit. It's some beers in the cooler and just hang out, man. Don't do too fucking much now, Rush.
He strangled Nolan. That's where I'm at. And this is why also with the second autopsy, they said that parts of his neck, the organs inside were missing. I think they're trying to cover up that he was strangled.
Well, the new audio came out from that CTO dispatch. I want y'all asses in jail. From Bart to Wyatt to that damn mom who was that judge. Y'all knew something happened to Nolan Wells. Look, in that CTO dispatch.
Y'all said, where Lala? I don't know. Somebody at Lala in the Discord and get Lala in here. I'm talking about she passing out playing laser shit. She ain't even in here, man. Somebody get at Lala in the Discord, man.
Call before somebody picked up. Can we cover it up? You killed him. Is he already dead? Nolan, wake up. Look, did it, Bart. I think Bart ass did it. That's what I think. Look, wake the f up. They panicking. They need to be in jail by tonight.
Before the sheriff's office. That's what gets me. Y'all were so quick to declare that there was no foul play. Just an accident. And look what we're turning up here.
There's things that seem weird there, and it's still, to me, you were in the location where his body was found, very close to where his body was found, and that's when you called for help, and your grandfather called to cancel help, and there were 7 people on the boat. And
all right, we finna get into the two clashing narratives now. One side is saying that I'm gonna play a video first. One side is saying that it could have been some substances involved. The other side is saying that Bart and Katie were together and some shit went on with that. So we're gonna take a look into both sides of the arguments, and we're gonna keep following this story closely. But I need everyone to hit the like button in here right now. Everyone hit the like button. Everyone to subscribe to the channel.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
A new audio recording.
So did anyone see that the black lady, the audio engineer that cleaned up the audio, not the AI audio that sounds choppy and gated, but the actual audio engineer? Y'all know I went to audio engineer school. That's what I did before all of this shit. So her actual edit is a really good version of cleaned up audio, but they're thrashing her on Twitter. They've already pulled her whole background. They pulled all of her companies and corporations and trying to say she's not supposed to be operating in Texas, selling digital product. Like, they're tearing that lady to shreds. And all she did was clean up some audio. She cleaned up some audio, and now they're going nuts on Twitter over this lady.
Recording from the Nolan Wells case captures the chaos on the water the day the 18-year-old disappeared off Mississippi's Horn Island. And now we're hearing the frantic distress call. The United Cajun Navy is also firing back at attorney Ben Crump over a major claim. And also there's this decision by prosecutors to keep a key piece of evidence under wraps for now that is telling a lot about where this investigation may go. I'm going to break down every new development in this story.
Young Merv come through with $2 super chat, says, salute my fellow FBA. I pass out the plain lays. Thank you, Young Merv. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about, Young Merv. Community. All right, chat. If y'all want some plain lays, some Doritos, or some sour cream, sour cheddar ruffles, go holler at Young Merv. Young Merv got the little 50-cent bags over there. He got a bunch of them. Holler at Young Merv, get your chips, and sit down somewhere.
Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, we're back with a lot more that has happened since we last updated you on the case of Nolan Wells. I think the last time we updated you was when the results of that independent autopsy were released, which, by the way, came out. They couldn't rule out foul play, so it leaves Nolan's family still demanding answers. There's still, of course, the state medical examination and the toxicology reports and what will come of that. But now what do we have? We have new audio that has been released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources, and it is giving us a glimpse into some of the chaos that was occurring on the water on that fateful July 4th day. One of the first pieces of audio that we're hearing from that day
a lot of people are upset with TMZ too, because they said that Harvey, the lawyer, he talks about all of these cases, but when it comes to this Nolan Wells case, they always put the black dude with the dreads up there to talk about it. So a lot of people are saying TMZ got some shit going on because Harvey ass don't want to touch this case.
Captures what appears to be the frantic moments as a boat that Nolan had potentially been on that day that was connected to this group began taking on water. And we've got the full call. We're going to unpack it for you, but first, just listen to this.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like, we're going down now.
So that's what I've been talking about. That is the sound of what appears to be panic as the boat was taking on water. But there is one thing that we're trying to figure out.
I just want to know why he answered the phone like that at first, like, hello, hello. It sounded like that as the call got on, it sounded like it was more natural. But when he first came on the phone, it's like he was reading a text message or something. He was like, hello, hello. Do y'all remember that? Like, I was like, why the fuck did he answer the phone like that?
Where was Nolan Wells? Where was Nolan Wells when that was happening? Was he on the boat? Was he already off the island? We don't know. It's one of the many gaps that we're still trying to piece together in the timeline. And what we're hearing is just one piece of this overarching puzzle. Nolan's friends are talking now. We're going to tell you what they said in these interviews.
What's
the United
up, Jose?
Cajun Navy, that was part of the search efforts for Nolan, they are firing back at attorney Ben Crump.
No, Harvey did comment, but what we're saying is that any other case, like with the David case, with all of that shit, Harvey's the main one talking. He's playing the back seat to this Nolan Wells case. He spoke on it, but all of these updates day to day coming out and shit, notice who's doing that shit. Notice who's doing that shit, man.
Trump, who's representing Nolan Wells' family right now. They are disputing
What's up,
key
Jace?
detail and making a shocking claim about what they've actually discussed, or rather, what they haven't discussed.
And what's crazy is Harvey's the lawyer. The black guy's not a lawyer, I don't believe. Harvey's the lawyer. Of all people that should be, Harvey's the damn lawyer. He has the background.
The DA, the district attorney, is planning a move that's going to change when we'll get a look at the results of the state's autopsy. So a lot is happening. I want to get into it all. But first, let me just make sure everybody's on the same page with this if you haven't been following the case from the beginning. So we're talking about 18-year-old Nolan Wells. He was from Ocean Spring, Mississippi. He was a college student, football player. On the 4th of July, he went with a group of friends to Horn Island. It's a barrier island off the Mississippi coast. It's really isolated. There's no like commercial developments or anything like that.
You said, has the case been cracked? We're going to take a look at two angles, man. One angle is they saying Bart was with that girl Katie and some shit could have went on. Y'all got to subscribe to the channel. I'm doing a lot of talking and ain't a lot of subscribers moving and shit. What's going on? And then the other side of the case is that they're saying there may have been some substances involved. So it's two very different narratives. And tonight we're going to take a look at both of them.
Going there to celebrate. At some point, he disappeared. He was reported missing that night. A massive search was launched. And then 2 days later, on July 6th, his body was found on the island. But what happened to him? That remains the central question. That remains a question that nobody, at least publicly, can seem to answer or has answered. The results of the family's independent autopsy listed Nolan's cause and manner of death as undetermined. And remember, the family seemingly being distrustful of law enforcement or suspicious or maybe critical that the first impressions of what happened to Nolan were there were no signs of foul play, this seemed to be accidental drowning. They seemed to want more answers or a second opinion, so they hired Ben Crump. They ordered an independent autopsy. And this pathologist found that pieces of Nolan's body, we're talking
Damn, Chad, I was talking big shit. I was talking big shit, too. I was talking a lot of shit.
portions of his neck, throat had been removed by the state medical examiner because the state medical examiner did the first autopsy. Again, we don't have the results. So it'd been removed by the state medical examiner before this second autopsy could be done. So this second pathologist couldn't determine whether there was in fact injury or trauma to the neck. And that leaves many questions still on the table. It raises a question, if the state ME is doing further testing of those components, can the state ME definitively conclude there was trauma?
What's up, Lala?
Drowning accidental or not? Maybe it's tough to say if it's accidental or not, given.
See, it ain't gonna hit the same if I say it again. I was in there talking about David Edgar, talking about I wish there was still a dislike button. I said, David, I wish there still was one too, so I could see y'all haters. See, they been hating on me since I was a little boy, and David Edgar's been a hater since he was a little boy. He hate motherfuckers at work, he hate motherfuckers at school, he hated motherfuckers in the church. That he's just a hater. He was born a hater. His pops was probably a hater. Granddaddy was probably a hater. He came from a long line of hating. You know, they hated on Christmas. They hated on Easter. They hated summertime. They hated the winter. They hated the spring. He's just one of those people, Chad. It's sometimes you got to let the haters be haters.
Given those watery conditions. And then there's that red discoloration in the back of the head, which we talked about last time. According to medical experts I spoke to, it could be from decomposition. It could be a blunt injury before death, because when I spoke with Dr. Nada Rutherford, she said that the body doesn't bruise like that after death. But let's start unpacking now what we're now learning, what's new. So the Mississippi Department of Resources released a recording of a distress call made on July 4th from a boat near Horn Island, which we believe Nolan was on at some point during that day. We don't know for sure who made this call, but it does offer us a look into what was unfolding out there on the water that day, including the boat sinking, the kids panicking, and again, where is Nolan? Now, before I play this audio, just something to keep in mind. I first saw this from TMZ, Charles Laboutier, basically said that there's a conversation happening online that in this audio, in the background, you can possibly, arguably hear, is he dead? Nolan. Oh my God. Very difficult to make out. I leave it to you. Let me just play this. I don't know if it's going to be part of a conversation, but here you go.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look. 46.72. Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
All right. How many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question.
Gotta jump in and pull the plug while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay.
How many adults on board?
There are 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
The dispatcher then transfers the call to a captain.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And he said,
okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me
Hit
back.
the like button, chat.
Oh,
I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Now, as I said before, we don't exactly know where Nolan was at the
So that's what I'm saying. The guy, I said this 2 days ago. If we take out Nolan Wells from this situation, and it's a bunch of kids out there, boats going down, they're all drunk. It's Grandpa's boat. He calls Pawpaw like, "Hey, Pawpaw, we're fucked up on the boat. It's damn sinking." Pawpaw's like, "Oh shit, well let me call." He calls the captain, which obviously the captain said, "I just got off the phone with the guy." So he calls the captain, "Hey, who's out there on the water? Are you working today? My kids out there, they're drunk as hell and shit." Now, does the grandpa know? Was Nolan on the boat? We don't know. Did they tell, if Nolan was on the boat, did they tell the grandpa? We don't know. But I know that shit, common sense, this $100,000 boat, motherfuckers drunk on the boat, shit, they gonna call Papa. I know me. If I'm on my pops, if he had a boat or some shit like that, I'm on his boat, some shit get to going on, I'm gonna call his ass first. Hey man, I might have just fucked your shit up. That's all I was saying. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal, 10 likes away from the next like goal.
At this point. But according to reporting from WLOX, this distress call was made around 4 p.m. And according to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office and other accounts that we've heard, Nolan was apparently last seen around 3 p.m. So it places this call at just about an hour after someone would have last had eyes on him. But I want to talk about what happened since that press conference, because if you watched our previous episode, you might remember that we talked about this moment, this big detail that attorney Ben Crump shared about how Nolan was found.
The United Cage. You said y'all don't know a damn thing? That's the fucking problem. Do you not see the problem in that? We don't know a damn thing. We piecing this shit together because obviously nobody else is gonna fucking do it down there in Mississippi. We heard what he said. Shit, they take up for each other, they stick for each other. Ben Crump don't know who he fucking with. Straight up, yeah, that's the damn problem. We don't know what happened. But I know common sense. If I'm out there and some shit going on and it's my dad or my grandpa's boat, I'm going to call his ass first, nigga. Straight up.
Navy are so forthcoming. The fact that they told us, we haven't heard from any of their local officials that no
video that surfaced just days before the press conference, right? This video, which TMZ obtained and published, was recorded on July 4th at 2:23 p.m., so a little under 40 minutes before Nolan was last seen, appears to show an individual, a man. There's an argument that that could be Nolan wearing blue swim trunks and shirtless. And we remember there was a photo of Nolan Wells that had been circulated from that day wearing those trunks with his friends. So Crump was raising the question of whether anyone saw anything in between when he was without a shirt, like here, if this is him, and allegedly when he claims he was later fully clothed. Here's the problem. The problem is that the United Cajun Navy says they never told Crump he was fully clothed, and they are firing back at his initial claim. They're now coming for him. On July 26th, they wrote on X, "Did Attorney Crump lie about UCN? Yes. He said UCN told us Nolan was fully clothed. Not true. We have never spoken with Crump, and we certainly didn't tell the parents anything like that." Now, here's where it gets a little confusing, because this fully clothed claim doesn't actually originate with Ben Crump. No, the president of the United Cajun Navy, Todd Terrell, was on a July 20th episode of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace and said yes to a question about Nolan being fully clothed. But Terrell seemingly later corrected himself, saying Nolan was clothed, meaning he wasn't naked. He was wearing swim trunks, and that, yes, he should have been clear. So the Cajun Navy mentioned that in this X post, writing, quote, "Did the UCN president get taken out of context during an interview? Yes. His definition of fully clothed meant not being naked, wearing swim trunks. It doesn't matter what anybody else thought it meant. It only matters what Todd meant because he said it. The bottom line is that Nolan was wearing only swim trunks when found. That's a fact that can't be refuted. This is a manufactured distraction to divert attention from this press conference blunder." So that's the dispute with the United Cajun Navy. But now I want to talk about the key figures in this case who are now speaking out. Nolan's purported friends. They sat down for lengthy interviews with conservative commentator Brandon Tatum on the Officer Tatum Show. What they're saying is adding even more layers to all of this. So, for example, first up, Trayston Shepard, described as one of Nolan's best friends. However, there's been some commentary that Nolan's family has maybe publicly disputed this. But here's what he spoke about with Officer Tatum. So he spoke about the moment that he learned that Nolan's body had been found, saying, quote, "I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that they were taking out another boat to Chandelier at 7. So I put my boat back on the lift and I went to McDonald's. And then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found." He says he had nothing to do with Nolan's death and that he has been living with guilt ever since, saying, quote, "I beat myself up every night I lay down, beat myself up anytime across."
And now that they coming out with this Bart shit, remember, chat, walk with me. We didn't know anything about Bart prior to over the last 24 hours like that, right? But remember when I said, why did Officer Tatum ask him that question like that? When he said, do you know of anybody, he said, did you or anybody in your friend group unalive Nolan Wells? He said your friend group. Or do you know of anybody in your friend group that unalive Nolan Wells? And I was like, damn, Why did he ask him the question like that? Why did he make it so specific? Now it's making sense. I guess Bart wasn't in the fucking friend group, and now it's coming out that maybe he has some shit to do with it. I don't know.
Crosses my mind, because in my head, if I wasn't drinking, if I didn't get into that altercation, apparently there was an altercation that day, not involving Nolan, but involving him, maybe I would be able to do something. Maybe I would have told Nolan, hey man, you're not going with that girl, just come back with us. Maybe it just plays out different. So yes, he's talking about this altercation that he says happened on the island, this apparent fight with a stranger that got so intense that he claims his uncle made him get back on the boat and leave. And regarding the girl comment, that's interesting because this is what he says was the last thing he told Nolan that day. Quote, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later. I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time. Just, getting all lovey-dovey. But I'm at peace. I said it. Another friend, Warren Hudson, also spoke out, was interviewed, talked about the phone, the keys, the night everything unraveled. According to Hudson, they were in an emergency situation. They needed to leave quickly, which is why they wanted to get Nolan on board. And he said, quote, Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. Now, this whole back and forth about whether Nolan stayed on the island to talk to a girl, Nolan's family has indicated from the very beginning it would be very unlike him to leave his friends. And this is of note, too. According to People, Nolan's mom, Christine Wonsley, said in a prior interview with the Griot, this is weeks back, that this young lady that Nolan was apparently talking to contacted.
Hey, Zombie, you gonna have to quit typing in all caps or my mod's gonna keep deleting your comments. You just gonna have to keep typing in all caps. We can read your comments when you type regular. We see it.
Her. She said in the interview, quote, she did reach out to me initially just saying basically like it was a hey and bye type situation. So it's not entirely clear, did he follow this girl? How long were they together? How long were they talking? And look, one of the biggest outliers in all of this, why people have a lot of questions is no matter what happened to Nolan, no one saw anything. No one saw him drowning, if that's the case. Now, look, we don't know exactly what's being told to law enforcement, what's being told to Ben Crump and his team, but that's a big question.
What up,
so here's
Doris?
where the phone comes in, okay? So Nolan's family has raised concerns about content being deleted. And remember, the phone.
So they're supposed to do a full forensic audit of the phone. We're supposed to get a law enforcement alongside an independent I guess forensic expert when it comes to the phones are gonna do a joint. They're gonna look through the phone together. So we got that information.
Phone was left behind on the boat.
Hit the like button,
The
chat.
family has indicated they used a Life 360 app to locate Nolan's phone, and they got custody of it from his friends. But they also said that they found it strange that he would leave the phone behind if he was planning to stay on the island. But Hudson said this, quote, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone. No one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And none of us have access to Nolan's password to get on his phone and delete anything. We had no reason to delete anything. There's nothing to hide here. And there's been a conversation about maybe he wouldn't take his phone because you're entering at the saltwater. Maybe that's common when you're boating. Now, Hudson also clarified the timeline because the last time he claims he saw Nolan was around 3 p.m. on July 4th. And he claims he saw Nolan in the water with a girl. Said, quote, I looked at Nolan and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing. And I was like, dude, you crazy. Now, both Shepard and Hudson denied having anything to do with Nolan's death, okay? But now I want to talk about another update, major update that's impacting the investigation itself. Just last week, the DA, the district attorney, Angel Myers McElrath, made an announcement confirming the state's official autopsy report. It's being weighed. It won't be released to the public until a grand jury reviews it. That's significant. Grand jury
Here we
will
go.
determine if criminal charges are warranted. And the DA made this clear when speaking with WLOX, saying, quote, every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, is presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that we have handled death investigations in this manner my entire career. She also said her office is handling the investigation the same way as all others, telling WLOX the pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. Our responsibility to Nolan and our community is to complete this investigation thoroughly and carefully without compromise, supported by the evidence and worthy of the confidence of the people we serve. Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation and the grand jury proceeding. And that would make sense because if you have information out there, Will it affect other witnesses' accounts, witness testimony? Could they change the narrative at all? Could it affect potential grand jurors being impaneled? You want to keep everything as buttoned up as possible.
Jason, there you go with that shaky ass hand again, Jason. Blocking the wrong people. Come on now, Jason. Come on now.
While this is an ongoing investigation. Now, she also addressed the flood of misinformation that has been swirling online, saying, quote, if we sacrifice the integrity of the process in an effort to satisfy today's questions, we risk undermining confidence in tomorrow's answers. Here's the thing. DA says this is standard procedure. Nolan's family has been frustrated by the lack of transparency from the very beginning. They've called on local officials to be more forthcoming. They've made it clear they don't trust the investigation is being handled maybe properly. And as for when that grand jury will convene, the DA hasn't said. So for now, we're waiting to see what happens next. We've been on top of this from the very beginning. We will continue to stay on top of it to see.
All right, Chad, we're gonna go through. Officer Tatum just dropped a couple videos with talking about the autopsy. He got somebody's interviewing. You said who is Jason? Jad Sputin. That's Jason, Tanya. That's Jason. And his ass been blocking people over the last couple of days, but he blocking the wrong motherfuckers. That's the problem. All right, let's move on, Chad.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking.
There is verifiable proof from people that spoke to me and also law enforcement that people had seen Nolan after this call had occurred and after the boys had left already. So that creates an impossibility that someone can be talking about Nolan being dead if he's seen alive after this. Before we get back to the show, I want to tell you guys about Synergy. If you're tired,
that's the thing. Who the fuck saw him alive after this? That's what we said. We going off all of this shit. It's so much shaky shit. Who the fuck saw him alive, Officer Tatum? He was seen alive after this. By who, nigga? By who, nigga? Who seen him alive, nigga?
to potential foul play against Nolan Wells. And let me just say this right off the bat. There's alcohol involved. What is being told to me that 100% there's involved.
I told you. Listen, what did he say? 100% there is blow involved. And we got the call in the other night. I told y'all I had some people call in that went to that school that's from that area, and they say that that's nothing new down there for them. Little blow, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That's nothing new for them. Now, they didn't know Nolan and his friend group specifically. They were just speaking on the party scene, the boat scene down there. They like, blow, that shit's regular. So now Officer Tatum saying he's confirming 100% that there was blow there. So who was doing the coke, Officer Tatum? You done went down here, you done interviewed all this friend group and shit. Now you want to come out talking about it was heavy alcohol, and now you know confirmed 100% it was some damn blow. Who was doing the powder? Who was doing the powder? Was it powder? Or was it cut powder with some shit that can get you up out of here? Who was doing the powder? Who brought the powder? You see how this shit go?
Multiple people involved.
Thank you, No B.
People that may have seen Nolan last, but is not being truthful and coming forward as to what they saw, who was with him last. And we have various people that have come out or come to us with the.
But if y'all remember, over here about 2 weeks ago, somebody called in and broke that story. So this is nothing new to us over here on that channel, saying that it could have been some blow involved. I said, when they called in and said that, what did I say, Chad? I said, I'm not going to put anything in this system until we get the toxicology report back. That's what I told them. Like, hey, look, you saying that, I believe you. I know you went to school there. But I'm not going to just say, oh, he was getting high until we get the toxicology report back. Now Officer Tatum is saying that, shit, 100%, Motherfuckers was out there getting high.
Information, and one was sent in a DM honing in on one particular person that may have been in an altercation with Nolan. Now, this appears to be post the phone call and the boys that I talked to who had already left. And I've been telling people that it appears that the young men that I interviewed had nothing to do with this. And the sentiment still.
You said, how does blow cause drowning? Who said he drowned? That's the thing. We don't know the cause of death. You're assuming that he drowned. We don't know what the cause of death was.
Continues. I have names. I know who these people are. My goal with this is to present it to law enforcement before I say anybody's name. But I'm going to let you guys know what I have heard.
My goal is to present it to law enforcement before I say anybody's name. So listen, who the fuck had the powder? If they was all out there getting dirty and they was a friend group, I know one thing for sure, chat. Powder heads hang around what? Powder heads hang. I done been in the streets too fucking long. My name is Plug, nigga. Cut it out. My name is Plug, nigga. Powder heads hang around what? The powder heads hang around what? Cut it out. I don't want to hear that shit.
Heard, so you can have a perspective, because when the autopsy comes out, or at least the toxicology results comes out, it's gonna prove whether or not people are saying things to me that are not true, or the sources that I believe are verified are accurate. Before we get to that, I need to follow up and dispel this mythical.
You saying these kids are not powderheads, dumbass. I didn't say they was powderheads. Officer Tatum said they was powderheads. He the one said there was cocaine involved, and I got common sense. I've been in the streets too fucking long. I know powderheads hang with fucking powderheads. Because guess what? This is not just a fucking social drug. You pull some cocaine out, motherfuckers will look at you crazy as hell. So when you pull that blow out, you gonna make sure you around some people that it's acceptable around. Some motherfucking powderheads. Straight up. That's where you get closet smokers, crackheads be going in the closet smoker. Yeah, because they don't want to be socially judged. Same thing with powderheads. Because I'm gonna call your ass out. Pull out a powder pack around me and watch me call you a powderhead. Shit.
Phone call. Because I think people are still pushing this. And I've been telling you guys from the very beginning that I think that they're pushing people in the wrong direction. When you get information that leads you to believe that this group of people had nothing to do with it, you need to move on and look at other leads. And I feel like in this case, people are so bent on making it about race and making it specifically about these white boys like low-hanging fruit because they reported he was missing. They seen him on the day of the thing. Y'all just jumping.
Look, Sarah says, I never heard of a powderhead. Exactly, because you probably don't do powder. That's what I'm talking about. The powderheads know the powderheads. When you do, listen, Chad, when I got grown coming up in the streets, when I discovered the world of powderheads, it blew my fucking mind. It blew my fucking mind. Just seeing the people around me handle their business and do what they doing, and seeing who all these fucking powderheads is, you wouldn't fucking know. If you don't, if you know, you know. That's how it is in the powderhead world, man. If your ass ain't hustling or your ass ain't doing powder, your ass probably won't know until they too far gone.
But in the conclusions, making it about them. And with the information that I got today, and I really been holding some of it for the last several days, I just needed to verify a few things, that people should have been going in another direction instead of wasting time with these boys that I had already been vindicated. Let's go to the...
Stop cussing and you're talking about opium. I think it's 11:30. This is a nighttime show. Put the fucking kids up. If you upset with me cussing, I'm sorry. This isn't the show for you. Put the kids up. I ain't got no sponsors. We power by the chat. Put them fucking kids up, man. Tuck them in. Tell them good night. You will see them tomorrow, man. If my cussing offends you, sorry. Yeah.
The toe call, and this is on Nancy Grace's show, And hopefully I get an opportunity to talk to Nancy Grace about this, because I just feel like you have to be very mindful in doing due diligence before you put these things out on the internet, given the fact of the confusion that it could cause. Just real quick, this is why I don't believe that. I think people are hearing what they want to hear and not what is said. Either this is doctored, or people are hearing things that they want to hear and not what's said. Because there is verifiable proof from people that spoke to me and also law enforcement that people had seen Nolan after this call had.
Michael, quit putting your business out here, man. If you want to hit the pack when you a little drunk, man, keep that shit to yourself, man. I ain't gonna call you a powderhead, Michael, but don't put your business out there. Damn. You defending that shit a little too hard, Michael.
Occurred and after the boys had left already. So that creates an impossibility that someone can be talking about Nolan being dead if he's seen alive after this. And I'm being told in some of the things that I've seen is that people have seen him alive right before 6 p.m., which is over an hour after this happened.
What it do, Tomcat?
All right, let's get to the clip, and we're gonna further dispel this with TMZ's reporting as well. Roll it.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
What'd you
Hello?
say? Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
What?
All right, pause.
Did we?
I'm going to get to Nancy Grace here in a second. But I want you guys to go back, and I want you to take another listen. Now, I want you to frame this within the context that clearly Nolan is still alive during this period. So let's remove Nolan from this context. I want you to frame this within the context.
If you know, you know, man. That's all I'm going to say.
That clearly Nolan.
If you know, you know, chat. That's all I'm going to say. We got our answer,
is
man.
Still alive during this period.
We
so
got our
remove
answer.
Nolan from this context. Let's play it within the context of them mentioning things on the boat being either dead or whatever the case may be. Put this in the context of they're on a boat, they're about to sink, the bilge port or whatever it's called is not working, dead, damaged, they're concerned. Put that in your mind as you listen to this and tell me if you hear something different than Nolan, is he dead, and all of that stuff. Roll it.
All right, we're going to listen to this without reading the chat, without reading what's coming up, and I'm going to see if I can hear what they're saying. But I did see a video on X today where this dude was driving a damn platoon boat like 80 miles an hour and hit this woman, decapitated her. Did y'all see that, Chad? I mean, she was just in the damn river or whatever chilling, bro. He came through that thing flying, doing like 80 on the boat, bro, decapitated. Oh my God, crazy.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
What'd
Hello?
you say? Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
What did we just?
Listen, y'all, I just gotta get this shit out here, man. I'm probably gonna lose some subscribers and I don't give a fuck. You came in here and said, James said, like half of you are most racially motivated about it and are biased. I'm gonna say this, James. Not everything in America in this world is fucking racist, right? But sometimes that shit is. All right? Sometimes it is.
Here. What was that. Straight out to investigative reporter Crime Stories, Dave Mack. Did you just hear what I heard? Now,
all right, let me move on from this because she's going to interview another guy, and I'm running out of time. I gotta get through this. You guys can watch that on. Just go to her channel. You can see what her interview was. Now, I'm trying to help us not get too caught up and and people look like fools. So now go to the TMZ article real quick, the TMZ presentation. TMZ played this, all of the above. Y'all were DMing me to death about this on TMZ. Let me just read this real quick from what TMZ said. Evidence appears to show Nolan Wells was still on Horn Island when his friend's boats left. TMZ has learned. Sources with direct knowledge of the investigation claim authorities have evidence of Nolan being on the Mississippi Barrier Island, let's see, after the boat departed on the 4th of July, which will be a huge development. We're told that at least 2 witnesses who were interviewed by law enforcement say that they saw Nolan on the island after the boat headed back to the mainland.
I thought they was all drunk and off fucking cocaine out there. Excuse my language. I thought they was all drunk and off blow. So we're gonna ask somebody 24 to 48 hours later to remember the exact last time they seen these people when everybody's drunk and on blow. You will believe that, but you won't believe nothing else. You don't believe nobody else's story, but you believe the motherfuckers that was high and drunk. Down to the last minute. It's crazy.
That's significant for many reasons. Now, what do you guys got to say about this? TMZ, who put it out, reiterated that there's people that are saying they saw Nolan afterwards. It continues. TMZ enhanced the audio of Nolan's friend's frantic.
2 people. Now, mind you, he said it was thousands of people on that island. 150 to 200 just in Nolan's group. 2 motherfuckers seen him. 2. 2 drunk, possibly high motherfuckers seen him out of 1,000. Out of 1,000.
Call for help when their boat was sinking, and people believe you can hear someone saying, "Is he dead?" But our sources tell us people on the boat have heard the enhanced audio and are telling people around them the audio is only panic from a boat sinking. If you put that in context, you can see exactly what's going on. Now, let's move on because I was given this video. And here's a video of the actual boat as they're getting towed out. Do you see Nolan on this boat whatsoever? Now, I did this so we can get context. Now, the nut job lunatics that want to believe what they want to believe, don't worry about them. I'm talking of those of us who really care about getting to the bottom of this. And just hold on with me because we got to get to the new stuff that I just heard before.
Right, we want to see if he's going to talk about this BART shit. This is what we want to hear. Does Officer Tatum going to talk about this BART shit?
Before we run out of time. So that's a video of that. Now let me present something else to you because this is a video of what it looked like. And Nolan is in this video. We'll put the video up. Nolan is in this video.
Hit the like button,
Put it on the
chat.
screen. Pause it right here. So this was sent to us as well. I'm sure this video is circulating anyway. If you look at the boy in the blue shorts, right where his butt is at, you move over at the edge of the boat in his butt, and that's actually Nolan standing in the water right there. I'm going to have the team play the video and pan it so you can see what environment they were in. Similarly, when the boat began to sink. Roll the clip. Pause. Do you guys see how many people are out there?
And only 2 of them seen Nolan.
Do you?
All the people out there and only 2 of them seen Nolan. 2.
You guys see how many boats are out there? So this is where the boat is at when they begin to become distressed. Right in this area. As you can see how close they are to the land. You can see where the coordinates were at, right there. So when they're taking in water, when their boat is beginning to sink because it's anchored, it's happening right there. So for somebody to believe that this
like button,
dispatch call is a desperate call with Nolan laying dead in the middle of their boat, that does not make sense. And to think that nobody saw it when they're entangled within all these people, I think is a disservice. But what I was told, and you guys, please take in consideration.
Like at this point, it's like damn obvious, bro. Like it's obvious. Like I said, chat, those of you in the chat who know, we not about to turn this to conspiracy hour, but damn, it's fucking obvious at this point. Shit. Hit the like button, chat. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. If you have not subscribed to the channel, we go live every single night over here at 10 p.m. Central Time. Please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, double tap the screen and hit the like button. That's how you support the channel for free.
That it's reliable sources. However, the only way to prove the...
No, I'm talking about why he keeps doing this shit right here. We know what this shit means. He's like being all extra obvious through the whole fucking thing, bro. Like, we know you fucking sold out, nigga, at this point. Shit.
Truth in this is if I see it with my own eyes, if the law enforcement have the investigation of this, and also when the toxicology results come out. But people are messaging me and telling me that there is heavy drinking and there's cocaine involved. And there's a particular person whom I know this person's name. I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first, and then I will disclose it if it doesn't interfere in the investigation. But this...
Hey, Travis, your ass gonna get timed out again. You keep typing in all caps in here. I don't know what you're doing, but you typing in all caps for sure gonna get your ass timed out.
Person allegedly was offering people cocaine. And someone close to Nolan, one of his friends, told me that this person was offered cocaine and rejected it from this person. And I was also told, and this person told me that it's over 100% chance that Nolan was using cocaine during this period.
Now you trying to make him a powder head. Oh my God, man, listen, bro. If the toxicology report comes out and Nolan ain't got no powder in his hands, I know what Officer Tatum's gonna say. Oh, cocaine exits your system in 24 hours and shit. Man, I hope they suit up draws off this nigga if he ain't got no cocaine in the system. Damn, I hope that, boy, what?
Period of time. This person said it was 150% sure that when the toxicology comes back, that Nolan will have cocaine in his system. Now, again, taking into consideration, this is somebody telling me this. I'm not saying it's me. I'm not saying it.
Nah, hell no. Fuck that. Somebody did call in, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Somebody did call in and said that was the narrative going around there, is that it was some substances involved. So Officer Tatum's not the first one to say it. We did hear somebody call into our show that's familiar with that area down there and said pretty much the same thing, that it was some shit going on. But I said, look, I'm not finna put no substances on that boy. We'll wait till the toxicology reports comes out. And Officer Tatum on some shit like, fuck all that waiting, man. We finna say this nigga was hot. Officer Tatum like, fuck all that waiting. We finna say
I'm not able to verify it, but from the sources that I'm getting it from has been consistent, verifiable sources thus far, and hadn't been wrong about nothing. So there's a possibility that there's a person that Nolan may have been around or interacted with that is giving the people on this island, that Nolan may have taken the cocaine. And then also, I received a DM from someone DMing another person. Now I'm trying to leave these names out because I want to not mess this investigation up. I think law enforcement already have this. That alluded to the fact that, and I messaged this person because I want to talk directly to the person that I saw the DM from. And we haven't talked to this person yet. But the person said in the DM to another kid that is associated, not any of the kids that I interviewed to talk to, but that could be associated to some degree, that knew Nolan, that this person wrote a message saying, me and my husband saw you arguing with Nolan, and to the effect of you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Now, the person did not say they saw a physical altercation. The person did not say what time they saw Nolan and this other person getting into an argument. Now, this is after Warren, their boat left. This may be somewhere around a little bit before 6, right around 6 or a little bit before 6 p.m. Now, according to the autopsy, which I interviewed.
Shit, if it was drugs, they had more reason to cover it up too. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Somebody going to jail. If he OD'd and there was something in that cocaine that was a little too powerful, somebody ass going to jail. Shit, it is what it is. Look like now they pointing fingers. Oh, was it Bart and Katie that got into it with him? Oh, he hit his head and they had the autopsy. Was his throat was gone? Was he strangled? Now Officer Tatum's trying to put cocaine on him and hint at maybe he OD. Somebody ass in fucking trouble. And I keep going back to the way that Officer Tatum asked Trayshawn that question. I'm gonna pull it up here in a minute so we can refresh our memory. Do you know of anybody in your friend group that caused Nolan's death, or however the fuck he said it? It's all making sense now. Now they running with the maybe he OD narrative. Now they running with, it's a lot of different shit going on. But that takes us back to that question. The way he asked that question, I knew it was something up with that shit. A
medical examiner about this. There is no evidence of blunt force trauma or an evidence that Nolan got into a physical altercation. So I'm putting all this stuff together, what people are sending me and all that, and I'm trying to find a neutral point to share with you. What I'm thinking at this point, with all that has been said, is that somebody knows exactly what happened to Nolan, or they saw him right before he died. I am not convinced that Nolan was just out there and drowned. It could be. That could have happened. But I'm more convinced now than ever based on what people have been telling me and DMs that I've been seeing, people that have been verified sources, that has to be something with this.
So now we know it's a cover-up. Now we're not, Officer Tatum just confirmed the cover-up. Why the fuck is it damn near a month later and we just now hearing about some motherfucking blow? Why is it a month later and we just now hearing about some blow? Somebody wanted to keep the blow up under wraps. If somebody was just out there frolicking, offering everybody fucking powder, more often than not, motherfuckers knew it's a cover-up. Confirmed now. Why the fuck we just now hearing about this powder?
There has to be something with Nolan and a girl, and there has to be something with Nolan potentially being in either altercation with somebody, which would lead me to believe that person saw Nolan last. And
now is he alluding to Bart? Now he's saying, oh, Nolan's friends didn't do it, but Nolan was into it with somebody over the girl Katie. So Officer Tatum's even put nipping that drowning shit in the butt. He's saying it was some foul play. If he didn't drown, it was a fucking foul play, whether it was OD or an altercation.
That this other person that's giving people. So this person giving people.
Hey, whoever in Ocean Springs, Mississippi right now with some work is scared. Oh my God. Imagine being at Ocean Springs right now with some work, chat, and you see Officer Tatum talking about some such and such was out there offering free blow and this boy ended up dead and now it's national news. Even if you wasn't the one that gave him the blow, allegedly, if it was some blow involved, your ass is scared. Your ass is scared. Bro, everyone in Ocean Springs with some work right now is shitting bricks. Everyone across the damn bridge in Biloxi with some work right now is shitting bricks. They ass probably locked in at the casino. They probably ain't gonna leave the casino for the next 30 days. They professional gamblers now.
Nolan and another person that he may have been in an argument with, to me, are people that need to be investigated. And I can say more, but I'm trying not to get anything messed up in this case because I want justice for Nolan and I want the boys that weren't involved in this to not get caught up in stupidity. So just so you guys know, I know the names of—
Look, how many times he's doing it. Like, at this point, it's not an accident. Like, at this point, we get it, nigga. We get it, nigga. Like, it's not an accident, bro. There's no way that this shit is just natural, bro. It's no way.
Of the person, I believe I know who the girl is, and I know the name of the person that may have been in the argument with Nolan. And there's nothing conclusive that anybody's telling me where there was violence that occurred. But that does not mean that the violence is ruled out. That does not mean that something could have happened in the water. Another report came to me of someone saying that they saw Nolan with a girl, being intimate in the water to the point where it caught their attention. And they believed that they saw Nolan and this girl struggling in the water, not necessarily drowning, but struggling. Like, it was obvious enough that the person was concerned when they saw Nolan in the water and he was with this girl. And that the person explicitly said that they were
What's
being
up, Mega
intimate,
Dan?
which I don't know what that means as far as just kissing, hugging, cuddling, or something else. But that's what has been told to me. And these sources have been, the sources I think have been legitimized, but what they're saying, I haven't been able to verify. This is just someone saying this, and I'm telling you what I'm hearing. So when the toxicology come back, if there's in the system, to me, that will validate that these people that have been telling me this are being accurate. And like I said, somebody really close to Nolan made mention that they're almost 100% sure that he may have been partaking in the use of. And it's unfortunate. I've been knowing this.
Can't even defend himself, man. Can't even defend himself, man. They done put powder on this boy. He can't even here to speak up for himself.
At least that part for a while now, but I didn't want to put his name out there like that.
What's up,
given the fact
Tracy?
that he just lost his life. But now that we're getting more information, the investigation is going further along. I'm just putting it out there, and we shall see if what is being told is accurate. But I'll finish it with this. I'm leaning more towards believing that somebody directly saw Nolan and know how Nolan died. That's my take on it. I don't think he was just drowning out there messing around. I think that somebody know more than what they're saying, and I don't think it's a lot of people. I think it's a few people that were last on the island with Nolan that know what happened, that seen what happened, or may have knowledge of something that will lead police in the right direction to find out exactly what happened. And I am encouraging you. I know some of y'all names. If it's you, you need to do the right thing. You need to go to authorities. And if you're there and you had nothing to do with it, you definitely need to go to authorities and clear your name. I'll say this, some of these people may have already gone to authorities. I don't know. The authorities won't tell me who they interviewed. So we'll go to that next step when it comes.
Hit the like button, chat.
Okay, you guys, breaking news in the Nolan Wells case, and I promise you haven't heard this anywhere else. Bart, Katie, Nolan, and Trayvon. Y'all, let's get into this.
I thought his name was Trayshawn. She done called this man Trayvon.
because we think we cracked this case wide open, but it's not just us. It's what the internet sleuths have also pieced together. You guys, we have to get into this. We believe we have motive, we believe we have location, and we believe we had what really happened. And we are going to use Warren and Trayvon's own interviews along with some thought they were deleted Facebook posts and get into this. And I think this is the real reason why they all deactivated their social media accounts, because they didn't want us to know the history. The history of what? The history that Katie was Bart's girl. Who is Bart? Bart is Bart Edmonton Jr. He is a promising NFL player. Well, he's a future NFL player. Comes from a legacy line of football players. His family, his grandfather, his dad are big dogs down in Ocean Springs. And what's more, Katie was Bart's girl, Bart Edmonton Jr., and it is unclear on whether she was still his girl. Now, let's not forget, let's put everything in order. Bart Edmonton Jr., no, when Warren was giving the
All right, we'll do a live poll. We haven't done one in a minute, chat. Who do you think had something to do with Nolan Wells' death? Do you think it was Bart or do you think it was drowning? What do you think happened? Do you think Bart has something to do? Let me know down in the comments, man. Let me know. You got to type it out, though. Is it Bart? Is it drowning? Is it the other kids? What's going on with the Nolan Wells case? Was it overdose, allegedly? What was it, man?
interview, he kept saying, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. He only slipped up one time and said Bart's name. Now, the Marine Resource Division of Jackson County literally slipped up and gave out a freedom of information request. It actually gave us the audio, but what's more important, it gave the name of the person that reported Nolan missing to the Coast Guard. Oddly enough, that person was not Warren, the person that claimed to call the postcard at 11:45 p.m. on July 4th. It was, in fact, Bart Edmonton Jr., who called, I believe they said it's at 10:05 a.m. on July 5th. Keep that in mind. Bart and Nolan were not known to be close at all. But
so Bart called the Coast Guard. So they're saying Bart's the one that called? Why would Bart call? So now we're getting a little bit more information because we got the call to the tow company, the maritime call to the tow company. And remember, the captain said, I already spoke to the grandpa. So that means it's not Bart's grandpa, it's somebody else's grandpa. So it's either around the same time the calls are being made or one after another the calls are being made.
what's more, it seems like they had a woman in common. Now, we do know from the audio, Bart so Bart was in the comment sections. I have evidence, but let me just give you the preview. Bart was in comment sections on people on either Instagram or Facebook being like, I've been in Montana for a year. What are you talking about? Trying to act like he wasn't down there on July 4th. The whole story changed when the incident report came out and his name was on the incident report as the one that reported Nolan missing. And even though you have been, not Montana, even though you have been in Wyoming playing football, you came home for July 4 weekend. Now, let me get this, right? Someone posted a picture of Katie and Bart. Now, they tried to delete this picture, but everything lasts forever on the internet. They look real comfy. They look really hugged up. It looks like Katie and Bart at one point had been sweethearts or at least more than friends. Now, Bart's been
It's crazy.
living and playing football in Wyoming. We know the lives of college.
Now, I'm going to put this, I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. Now, we seen the videos where a lot, especially in the South and in the Deep South, a lot of these families, they look at it like after you sleep with a black man, you're done. You're done. You can sleep with 100 white guys. You sleep with one black guy, your ass is done. You're done. You're done. So maybe that was it. Came home, heard about his girl all hugged up with Nolan and maybe toast, and maybe over with.
football players, right? And what happens when they leave their hometown sweetheart? That does not mean that that hometown sweetheart is off limits when they.
Stacy said, not true. Stacy, you a motherfucking lie. I'm from Arkansas. I've had girls, man, matter of fact, who went to school? So it's some, nah, I ain't gonna say who went to school with me. It's some people in here who went to school with me. Don't put your hands up. Don't raise your hands now. But people that went to school with me, they've seen girls have to switch school districts. Parents moved them out of the fucking district because they was fucking with me. See, I played a little quarterback, a little point guard, and shortstop and all of that shit. So I was having motion. Parents will move their fucking daughters out of the damn school district. But between me and my partners, bro, some kids been moved out of the fucking school district, man. Straight up. Gone the next day. Yeah. Walking, holding hands at the basketball game on Friday, Monday, her ass at a new school district.
Go back home. Now listen to this. All right, let's start with.
I wasn't really.
Let's start with Trevon's interview, okay? Because everybody skipped over this, but this stuck in my mind. Let me give you my hypothesis. I believe that Nolan messed up being with Bart's sweetheart, whatever she is to him. Bart is big dog. He comes from a prestigious family. He's bound for the NFL. He's even sponsored by ESPN. He has big things in the future, which is why the town, I think, would collude for him. I think some type of fight or something happened where they tried to sun Nolan. And, of course, we know what happened. But here is my proof. Just listen.
Y'all talking about Nolan was Filipino and his family flew to flag. Nolan was a nigga. To them, man, all that man, Nolan was a nigga, bro. Let's be all the way honest, man. In Mississippi, Nolan was a nigga, bro. It is what it is.
To me, okay? Listen to what Trevon got to say.
Mad. I was genuinely really mad. But the last time I saw Nolan, I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat.
Listen.
And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him. I was joking around, and I kept going.
I made a slick comment about the girl that Nolan was with. What?
Shit, Wells is a black people last name, bro. Wells is damn near like Jones and fucking Smith, bro. Wells is a very common black folks last name. I'm just gonna say it. He got a black name, Nolan Wells. That's a black folks name.
What's that slick comment? Let's not forget Nolan was right next to the girl. Now I know what you're saying. Who's the girl? Of course it's Katie. But if you don't want to believe me, let's listen to what Warren has to say.
And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight.
You guys get ready to leave out
Listen to this.
there, getting towed out. Yeah. And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. And Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like just joking with him. And, but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving.
Now, why, if Nolan is cradled, first of all, Trevon or Javon, whatever it is, his name, he walked up to Nolan, dabbed him up, then said some slick shit to Nolan about Katie. Why Katie was sitting there. Could that slick shit have been, yo, that's Bart's girl, what are you doing? Let's not forget.
You finna get ready to dig in Bart, bitch. That's probably what he said. I said some slick shit to him, kept it pushing. Oh, you finna crack Bart's bitch. Allegedly.
Forget Bart is 200 pounds. He is big dog, and he is the hometown hero because everybody thinks that he's going to make NFL soon. He's also 21. He comes from a big.
Hey, chat, when I was coming up, man, I cracked a couple upperclassmen girls too, man, and they was really mad at me. I remember one time, chat, I used to drive to school, right? I had this little, I ain't gonna tell y'all what kind of car it was. It was a little Acura on some rims and shit. And I used to drive to school, right? And yeah, one time I was messing with this upperclassman, and he had it was his girl, but they had broke up. He was so fucking mad at me, chat. I'm talking about I walked through the bus lane, he was looking at me like this. Yeah, I know he wanted to do something. I ain't gonna lie. I know that he probably wanted to tear my fucking head off, but he knew he better not fucking try it. It'll go down in this bitch.
Very powerful, prestigious family, and a family that comes a history of football. So he goes up and he's like, and said some slick shit about Katie. Now, everybody knows Katie. So what slick shit are you saying? Then Warren says that he says Nolan, and and they both said the last time they saw him was around 3:00. He looks at Nolan and shakes his head like, yo, you crazy. And Nolan shakes his head too. Why would you say, yo, you crazy, unless Nolan was pushing up on forbidden fruit? And even the way he was like, yo, he was cradling Katie as if somebody would have the nerve to be with Bart's hometown honey. Anyway, Bart, he's the confirmed name on the missing person Coast Guard report. Why would Bart, who's not that close with Nolan, make the missing person report? Meanwhile, I'm sorry, why would Bart, who's not that close with Nolan, make the missing person report? Meanwhile, Warren is asleep to the point of showing that his dad had to wake him up to be like, yo, what's going on? Also,
You said dapped him up, now he cradling, and that's why they trying to make the narrative that he got some bad drugs. If y'all listen to how this is being framed, they're framing it that he got some bad drugs. He's saying, oh, he was in the water, he was cradling it, and now Officer Tatum saying it looked like they were struggling in the water, but they weren't drowning or whatever. They're trying to frame it like he got the blow, took the blow, and then started having a damn reaction or ODing or whatever. That's what they're framing it as. That's why cradling in the water and shit. Like, yeah, they trying to frame it as he got high and fucking OD'd.
he was mentioned in the Cito audio. We all heard him be like, damn it, Bart, stop. What was Bart doing on that boat when Bart had his own boat? Also, the cleaned up audio, you clearly hear Nolan's name too. The GPS location matched Fort Bayou residents on water with private deck access. So when they looked at GPS, when they get to the Bayou, that was Bart's family's house. They have a private deck right outside their house, and they have a pool in their house. And there was an attempt to conceal involvement by claiming to be in Wyoming for 1 year. Also, he came out the gate, I've been in Wyoming, until the audio placed him as being on the boat. But there's more, you guys. There's more. Hold on.
So you know, like, chat, when people go under the water and they pass away, not every time the cause of death is drowning. They could panic, have a heart attack. It could be a lot of medical shit goes on, and that could be the actual cause of death prior to drowning. Y'all know that, right? Like, not everybody that loses their life underwater is drowning. I didn't know that either until I got, situations happen, and I got to researching.
This is Bart Edmonston. He's number 18 for Wyoming. I don't know. I think it's the Cowboys. They said before Wyoming, Bart Edmonston, a 6 foot, 200-pound punter, is a junior college transfer from Jones College. He's native to Ocean Springs, Mississippi. In 2 seasons, he's averaged 44.7 yards per punt. Apparently, it's really good. On 89 attempts, he's also recorded 45 pumps inside the 20-yard line. Anyway, who cares? He's earned an NJCAA All-America and All-Region honors with the All-Conference honors. He's a graduate of Ocean Springs High School. He was named 6A All-State, and his team was 23-2 in 2 seasons. His father, Bart Sr., was an All-SEC place kicker at Florida from 92 to 96 and was on the 96 national championship team. His grandfather also played for the Florida.
Bro, we in here talking about Nolan Wills and some shit going on in Mississippi. What the hell has Charlie Kirk got to do with this? Charlie Kirk ain't got nothing to do with this shit right here.
Florida Gators. I think it's Florida Gators. The point is, he comes from a legacy football family, but his dad is also the head of pain management and anesthesiology in one of, I believe, the biggest hospitals. His mom also does big things too. Again, Ocean Springs will protect. Remember when Trayvon was like, I feel some type of way about.
Yeah, that's why I be thinking y'all bots. Somebody gonna get left free and ring the fuck up out of here, man. I ain't got time to deal with y'all bots. Matter of fact, if you are a real person in here, say that you're real, man. I ain't got time for the bots, bro. We finna go and wipe their nose. Let Freedom Ring the fuck up out of here, man. I ain't got time for this shit, man. Motherfuckers cold and bots and shit, man. Coming in here trolling, talking off topic and shit, man. He's gonna wipe his nose, man. Get him up out of here.
Been crunk, because at the end of the day, Ocean Springs is going to look out for Ocean Springs. Yeah, y'all all sticking together, you know? Oh, also, Tiff Battle said Barty Jr. has a promising NFL career. He's currently being sponsored on ESPN. I'm thinking this is the reason Warren kept saying my buddy is to remove Bart from the conversation. Oh, but the audio that came out, someone mentioned his name in that recording, but Bart said he hadn't been on the island in a while. Bart is a liar. They're protecting Bart Jr.'s NFL career and the Dr. Bart Sr. who works in the same building as Christine. I'm telling you, this thing is a huge cover-up, and the key players have a lot to lose. Maybe.
The story unfolding, chat. It's about to be a wild ride, chat. The story's unfolding. And I want everybody in here that was saying, oh, y'all are making it a big deal and shit. Where the fuck are y'all at now? Where are those people at? Is it a big deal yet? Is some shit going on yet? Where the fuck are y'all at? Where are those people at?
Let's get into some other stuff. Tristan said Nolan called him. And here's the thing. Somebody brought up a really good point that they were trying to leave Nolan. Nolan was messing with Katie. Bart, the big dog, was back in town. Everybody was trying to be under Big Dog, Mr. 21-year-old, 200-pound, about to go pro football player from a very, very rich family.
Hey, chat, look, we got to get some subscribers in here, man. Everyone be sure to subscribe to the channel. We go live every single night at 10 p.m. Central Time. We cover politics, current events, and entertainment. We're also 25 likes away from the next like goal. If you can support the channel, you can do it by double tapping the screen and sharing the video out to the last 2 or 3 people that you text. I appreciate everyone.
People are surmising that they were actually trying to leave Nolan. Listen
What's up,
to this.
Purple?
Tristan said Nolan called him 2 times at 11 a.m., but he didn't answer. Not that he missed the calls or called back, but that he didn't answer. Again, he goes on to repeat. Nolan's called me 2 times to see where we're parked. Says he then saw Nolan and Wyatt on the dock around 11 a.m. Nolan goes out on Wyatt's Triton. In this picture,
Thanks, Kat.
Warren can be seen in the background on Palm Beach, Wyatt's family's second boat. This is Wyatt right here with the shades and the glasses. All right, let's keep going. You see they're trading the beads. Let's keep going.
You guys get ready to leave out of there.
Hold on, y'all. A good point was made when they said they tried leaving Nolan home. Everyone was voting Nolan that morning. This is before.
See, this is the thing. Everybody tried to say, oh, black kid can't swim, he drowned. Y'all surprised and shit like that. What I'm saying is now we even got Tap Dancing Tatum saying that he thinks something happened to the boy. He just don't think it was his friend group. He thinks something happened to the boy, whether he OD'd or whether it was an altercation and somebody else seen him last. He's just protected the friend group. He's saying the friend group didn't do it. So now y'all Lord and Savior, Tap Dancing Tatum, has said he thinks some shit going on. I'm saying, where the fuck are y'all at now?
Or, of course, they set off. Warren says that his family, friends, and group chat have been planning.
Thank you, Shalonda.
He says on July 3rd, Nolan spent the night at mutual friend's house, but he says he and Wyatt, right? Warren and Wyatt woke up on July 4th, got breakfast, and headed to the dock. He says, yo, Nolan wasn't with me, which means they left him. And they said Nolan got to the dock around 10:30. Now, and again, why would they be trying to leave Nolan? It's obvious that they were. Nobody was messing with him. Nobody wanted him to come. Everybody was missing his calls. That's what it seems from the boys that are his best friends. And then when they get to the island, everybody's making comments about Nolan being with Katie. Even so far as Warren's shaking his head like, man, you crazy. Because who would mess with 21-year-old Big Dog Bart's?
I think Tisa Tales got her story fucked up. I thought that was Trey Sean that said he said something to the girl about Katie. I think Tisa might have her story a little fucked up. Hold on.
Come. Everybody was missing his calls. That's what it seems from the boys that are his best friends. And then when they get to the island, everybody's making comments about Nolan being with Katie. Even so far as Warren's shaking his head like, man, you crazy. Because who would mess with 21-year-old big dog, Bart's girl or girl crush, whatever
Yeah, I think that was Trey Sean that said that. I don't think that was Warren.
she is to him. There's some type of ownership. Now, there's another comment that I want you guys to think about, okay? Because it's kind of like I feel like this case is going to be blown wide open because a lot of things that we've been feeling, same people on the internet are having the same thoughts, which means a jury would have the same thought. When you see consensus and thoughts across a bunch of random people, that means the truth is starting to come out. They said the no.
Oh, I'm saying his name wrong too. His name Trayston. I keep calling his ass Trey Sean.
Narrative that I'm having trouble wrapping my head around isn't that he was left there. Fine. Maybe he wanted to stay and keep partying, but supposedly there were dozens of boats there at the time. So every boat left with him there by himself, he just waved goodbye to dozens of different boats until he was the last person standing on this island by himself with
That's what I try to tell a lot of people. Small town, like shit like this goes on in the South all the time and it's just covered up. Favor for a favor, people working in the same offices, you know what I'm saying? Election years, this shit is not random. Now, the water being involved, that might be different, but I'm saying from all kind of shit. I've seen crazy shit go on, Chad. I've seen cover up after cover up. Like, you just know motherfuckers finna go to jail, and it's like, damn, how the fuck is he out? Like, wasn't his ass just in trouble? And it goes on, Chad. I'm telling y'all. In the small towns, man, it's shit, man. You got about 40, 50, $100,000, that shit'll go a long way in a small town. 40, 50, 100K, motherfuckers will turn a blind eye. So just think if you got some NFL contracts on the damn line. Telling y'all, chat, 40, 50, $100,000, fuck around, buy you a case in the South. I'm talking about some crazy shit.
no phone, that doesn't make sense even for a drunken teenager. And even for people to see the drunken teenager, if you're the last boat to go, you'd be like, yo, do you need a ride? What are you doing? How are you getting home? I would assume. Also, there's this one last comment that I think sums it up nice.
Telling you, man. The lawyers get paid out, man. Lawyers get paid out, drop that 100K to the lawyer gonna spread the chicken. He gonna go out on damn Saturday and Sunday, go golfing with the prosecutor, the district attorney. He gonna get everything together, man, and they gonna pass out some fucking envelopes, allegedly. This is the South. This is the South. Lawyer gets the deposit, goes to the fucking golf course and gets to passing out envelopes and shit. And motherfuckers come home.
For all these weeks, the story has been that Nolan stayed with Katie. This has been all over everywhere. Both Warren and Tristan gave interviews and never mentioned somebody saying they saw Nolan at 6 p.m. All of a sudden, keep in mind, the audio gets released. And now all of a sudden, there's 2 random people that can spot Nolan at 6 p.m. out of 400 people. I don't believe anyone who corroborates their story out of the blue. Now that the last story fell apart because they all know each other, they've shown they will cover for each other. You guys, this cover up is falling apart. I know they're rushing to get this to the grand jury so they can say there's no proof and the case falls apart, but Ben Crump is on it and it looks like that wrongful death suit is moving forward. And the power of that is not just the money part, it's the fact that they can conduct.
Yep. So if it's a wrongful death suit, then that means
Is there
that
anything that stands out about the autopsy produced by the state that we know of, or at least the preliminary findings of that, and also the secondary autopsy that was conducted or paid for by the family? Is there anything that stands out to you that is suspicious? All right, ladies and gentlemen, another incredible interview. I wanted to interview a medical examiner so that we can get some clarity on the autopsy. Obviously, preliminarily, we have the autopsy that was conducted by the state, and then we have the secondary autopsy that the family ordered. And I'm still confused about how this all is playing out. I don't know what is typical.
Okay, chat. So this is another live poll for the chat, man. Put trust or don't trust in the chat. If you trust the autopsy that the state performed. If you trust the autopsy the state performed, put trust in the chat. If you do not trust the autopsy the state performed, put don't trust. Let's see how y'all feel. How much faith do y'all have in the state handling this autopsy?
Was not typical, what is suspicious, is there anything suspicious? So I wanted to have a gentleman on that I think has an incredibly balanced perspective on this. His name is Dr. Kendall Crowns. He's the chief medical examiner in Tarrant County. For those of you who follow me know I was born and raised in Fort Worth, and my whole family live in Tarrant County. So it's kind of good to have a person from my hometown on the show. So help me welcome to the show, Dr. Crowns. Dr. Crowns, welcome.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
And so I just want to get to the bottom of as much as we can, because this is so dynamic. There's so many elements that we don't know. The state hasn't really produced a lot of information, and people
What's up,
who
cowboy?
understand investigations know why they haven't. I don't believe that's anything nefarious. I think they're just doing their fair due diligence. But based on your expertise as a chief medical examiner, is there anything that stands out about the autopsy produced by the state that we know of, or at least the preliminary findings of that, and also the secondary autopsy that was conducted or paid for by the family? Is there anything that stands out to you that is suspicious?
Yeah, Dr. Crowns look like he's high as fuck. I'm just going to put that out there. And he looks like he should be on Austin Powers, man. Respectfully. He looks like he should be on Austin Powers, and for sure he's blitzed, in my opinion, allegedly.
In this, from what we know.
Well, so the difficulty we have at the present time is you have an ongoing investigation. You have findings from each autopsy. He's decomposed. The autopsy from the state hasn't issued any formal declaration. And then the secondary...
Come on, Chad. So he don't look like he could be on Austin Powers. He doesn't look like an Austin Powers actor. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out, man. Y'all know he would fit right in the damn cast of Austin Powers.
Autopsy has had some findings, a reddening of the head, back of the head that they discussed, and then they mentioned the absence of the neck structures and other things. So right at this time, because of the investigation and no autopsy is performed in a vacuum, you have all these parts of the investigation that are still ongoing. And that is why everybody's kind of waiting to see where it goes, because with a drowning, it's a diagnosis of exclusion, which basically means everything else has to be ruled out before you can say he drowned. Because right now, all we have is a young man found dead in the water and no explanation of how he got there or why he got there. And so until all these findings come into play and everything's kind of done with the investigation, toxicologies come back, histologies come back, which is the microscopic sections. All these factors, once they're all back, then we can finally come to a proper conclusion. But at the present time, we don't really have all the information to give an actual finding.
And so when it comes to the redness, Dr. Crowns, what does that actually mean? Because it appears from what I heard of Benjamin Crump's articulation of what the secondary autopsy found was that there was redness, I think, underneath the skin. There was no lacerations to the skin, no obvious signs of bruising or trauma to the external part of the skin. So what does that tell you? I mean, have you seen this in your time doing autopsies? What exactly is redness to the back of his head? What does that mean? And what exactly is he describing there?
So it's an interesting statement because Dr. Mitchell doesn't describe it as hemorrhage. He described it as a reddened area in the deep soft tissue of the occipital region of the head, which is the back of the head. There's a reddened area. Deep soft tissue could mean musculature. A reddened area could be hemorrhage, which could be from blunt force trauma. It could also be hyperextension of the neck for some reason, like he fell out of the boat, hyperextended his neck. And it can also be from decompositional changes. Breakdown of the muscular tissue can give this kind of reddened look to the tissue itself. And finally, it could just be post-mortem pooling of the blood in that specific area, because after the decedent was found, he's going to be placed on his back, the autopsy is going to be performed, and then his body was transported to Washington, D.C., where it was then re-autopsied. And all this time it's going to be on its back. Blood's not drained out of the body at autopsy, so you could still see some pooling of the blood. But at this time, is it decompositional changes? Is it trauma? Or is it something else? We really don't know. And I assume Dr. Mitchell probably took sections of the tissue from that area to look at under the microscope to see if it is indeed trauma related. Now, your other question is could we see injuries on the skin surface? Yes, if he had had a bruise to that area, a laceration, which is a cut or a tearing of the skin, and an abrasion, which is kind of scratching the skin surface, you would still be able to see that. Even if he had been decomposed, you would still be able to see that. The only way it would disappear is if scavengers had eaten it away or he had decomposed so much he'd be skeletal. So if there was injury to the outer surface of his body, Dr. Mitchell and the initial medical examiner in Mississippi would have spotted that and would have made note of it.
So, but there is nothing noted in specific that it was any damage or bruising to the outer skin layer?
Not that I've seen on the report.
Do you think that, you know, after looking at the secondary report, obviously people have their own opinions about whether or not this is necessary or not. I find it to be reasonable to get a second opinion, especially when it's your child that have died. You know, you want to make sure that every stone is unturned. Do you find anything specific in the report from the secondary autopsy to be malicious, or do you think that everything that was written down seems to be consistent with what you would write if you had observed something similar to Nolan's death or his body? Because, you know, like the redness, bringing up that, maybe Benjamin Crump just didn't do a good job at explaining it, but it appears that bringing that up, was it necessary to not further explain in detail like you just did? Because I feel like it creates more concern or questions than it does answers. Is there anything mysterious about that, or do you think it's typical the way a medical examiner would articulate it, and it would take somebody that know what they're talking about to present it to the public instead of somebody like Benjamin Crump, who may not be as familiar with some of the details?
Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head. The difficulty from the presentation by Mr. Crump of the initial findings from the...
Oh, Michelle comes through with a super chat and says, we're trying to get our guy plugged to 50,000 subscribers. Well deserved. Welcome new subscribers. Thank you, Michelle, for always showing up and supporting the channel. Everyone, please double tap the screen. Please be sure to subscribe to the channel. Shell just dropped the 10 spot in here so y'all can subscribe. Thank you, Shell, for always supporting the channel, and welcome all the new subscribers. Mods, make the new subscribers feel welcome.
Second autopsy, it's difficult for him to articulate some of the words because some of them are very hard to pronounce. And then it's also interpretation, and it leads to more questions. And that's the problem by not having Dr. Mitchell standing there. He couldn't field the questions. He couldn't explain what he was thinking this reddened area in the deep soft tissues meant or anything of that nature. And you just have Benjamin Crump, who's not a doctor, telling the people what is found and no explanation, which leads to more confusion, more conspiracies, and more frustration. So it's helpful when something like this occurs for the actual medical examiner who did the second autopsy to be there to explain their findings for the people when they have questions. It clarifies things so you don't get all this speculation. Now, as far as the autopsy is concerned, I think Dr. Mitchell did a fine job. I don't think he put any language in his autopsy that was inflammatory or making accusations or anything of that nature. And I think he did a very, classy report to basically...
Yeah, I watched Schuler King, who is, he worked at a funeral home doing bodies and everything. I watched him explain it, and he was just saying, like, yeah, with all of the things that were missing from the body, he knew the autopsy was going to come up inconclusive regardless, no matter what, because they didn't send everything that they needed to perform a full autopsy. So the findings were bound to come up inconclusive. I'll pull that clip up after this.
Basically say this is what I found and this is what I'm thinking, and he didn't even go as far as him saying undetermined is basically saying I don't have all the information right now, and if I have to give a cause of death, the best I can do is undetermined.
Yeah, that seemed fair to me. I think I'm consistent on that. When I was filtering through what Benjamin Crump was trying to read, I felt like it was very fair and it was very consistent with what I expected from the first autopsy being done, and no obvious signs of foul play, which is what the law enforcement said. So there still could be something there. There still could be a homicide that occurred. It's just that initially there's no obvious signs, and there was no obvious signs in the secondary autopsy. The throat situation is another thing that I don't understand, right? Initially, when it was projected to the public, people don't know exactly what was taken out of the throat, right? I mean, the external portion of the neck, if it wasn't extreme decomposition, or some animals, took chunks out of it, the layer of the skin here is still intact. It's just the internal workings of the throat. Can you explain what was missing, and is that normal or is that inconsistent with producing a body to a secondary autopsy, that the throat would be completely missing?
Certainly. So when we're talking about the throat, you have the skin, of course, as you talked about, and then immediately underneath that skin, like within a quarter inch or so, is your hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, trachea, main stem bronchi. So it's your upper airway. Behind that's your esophagus. Sides of it are your internal jugular carotid artery. And then you have these muscles, they're called the strap muscles of your neck, and they help move your head around. So when you do an autopsy, you do a layered neck dissection. You cut the surface of the skin back, and then you peel each muscle up looking for hemorrhages, which would be signs of a...
And it seems to me like you in black folks' business, Cruz. It says, but why do blacks need something to cry racism and be upset about? It seems to me blacks just need shitty news to be mad about. It seems to me like you need to mind your fucking business, Cruz. How about that? That's something your parents didn't teach you, nigga.
Strangulation or other...
Read the room.
Blunt force trauma to the neck. And then you evaluate the areas that are the thyroid cartilage and the trachea, larynx, and hyoid bone for fractures. With a young individual like Mr. Wells was, these areas are not ossified, which means they're not bony.
You need to go tell your Thea and your damn Theo that they didn't give your ass no home training, man. Your Thea and Theo didn't give your ass no home training, man.
And they don't have a tendency to break in a strangulation until you get much further along in age, probably around 50, you'll start seeing fractures. But at this age, they'd be very rubbery, so they wouldn't necessarily break unless there's an extreme amount of pressure put on them. But so you have these structures in the neck that you look at, evaluate for strangulations, the layered neck dissection of the muscles, looking for hemorrhage, looking at the thyroid cartilage for fractures, looking at the hyoid bone for fractures, and you take them all out during autopsy. And the thing is when you are concerned about something or you think there might be a microfracture or something of those nature, you keep those structures, you put them in formaldehyde, and you give them a chance for all those, because when you take a tissue out at the time of autopsy, it can be very floppy or very soft. But when you let it fix in formaldehyde, it gets very stiff, and you can take better sections to look at under the microscope and evaluate for trauma. So it's not unusual for someone to save the neck structures, especially if there's some concern of foul play or something like that, and to evaluate them further. The other thing...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, chat. Like, he come over here in our space telling me what the fuck I need to be talking about. Like, what you want me to talk about, nigga? That TPS, nigga? Mass deportations, nigga? That's not what we talking about tonight. See, if I would have been in this bitch talking about... I done talked about... What's the dude name that got shot? What's his name? Royal Cruz and shit. We done talked about a lot of shit. We talked about Gil's Arena. We talked about, what's this dude name? They ended up getting shot. We talked about the do-rags. Corey Ruiz. See, your ass wasn't in here trying to take up for Corey Ruiz, but now we talking about Nolan Wells. You got something to say. You shut the fuck up when we was talking about Corey Ruiz. And you want me to talk about TPS or damn mass deportation. That ain't the convo right now, nigga.
Is some offices will actually even go further and have an anthropologist look at those neck structures, looking specifically at the bony changes to see if they see any microfractures. So it's not unusual for someone to take it. It's not done on every autopsy, but it's done in cases in which there is some suspicion or a possibility of foul play. And again, we have this gentleman, he's found after being missing. No one knows what happened, and he's found floating up. So maybe they're wanting to do their due diligence and go further and look at
You said I wouldn't be talking about it because it's not racially motivated. Do y'all not know I've been doing this shit for over 2 years, coming on this bitch every single night, talking about all kind of shit, politics, current events, and entertainment. We covered TPS. We talked about them Haitians having to get on. We talked about mass deportations. We talked about Renee Good, Alex Pretty. We talk about Mom Donnie sometime. We talk about a lot of shit over here. Now's not the time. Y'all don't curate this shit. Y'all don't see when I needed help and I needed some guidance and shit, y'all was nowhere to be found. Now that I figured this shit out, here comes all the fucking opinions and shit. I don't need them. I needed you, nigga, when it was 4 or 5 people in here watching me. I don't need your fucking opinion now. I don't need your help. What the hell is going on?
the neck structures even more microscopically to make sure there's no injuries.
Thank
and
you,
then
Corporal.
the fact that it's not there is the fact that they kept it to do this further testing, and then it's not available for Dr. Mitchell to look at his autopsy, which is a limitation for him. And then one thing about second autopsies is usually it's a collaboration because the initial doctor wants to be right. And if a second autopsy is done, usually you talk with that doctor, you collaborate, and you make sure what they find you know about, and you can incorporate into your case if you think it's of significance. And you can also give them information so they can put it in their case if they think it's of significance. That way, everybody comes to a proper conclusion.
Perfect. I just want to clarify something. So with the furthering of investigation on the neck area, is it...
All right, chat. This episode is sponsored by me, and I have a webinar coming up Saturday. Since y'all think I don't do shit else, I've been working on like 5 or 6 clients. We had our first test webinar on last night. It went really great. People said that they got $1 million worth of game, thousands of dollars of value. We got 6 slots open. This ad is sponsored by me. Sign up, get with me in the Discord. We got 6 more slots, and we're gonna be starting the prompts to products workshops. Is that better? Y'all want me to do that shit 4 or 5 times a show, nigga?
Are you saying that because they went to the next step or wanting to do due diligence, that they may believe that there's something there? Or could it be also, is it 2 phases or both, where they want to do due diligence, meaning that since the circumstances were undetermined or we don't know how he died, it is invaluable as a medical examiner to do due diligence, to take that into consideration, even if it's not clear evidence of damage to the neck initially? Or are you saying that only if you see a concern that you would go that extra step? I hope I'm articulating that properly. Like, is this something where as a medical examiner you want to be thorough, so you do it anyway just to rule it out in cases that are suspicious? Or do you have to see something that leads you to say, I have to do a further investigation? If I don't see anything, I'm not going to do anything with the neck.
So it would be both. If you see something, of course, you're going to take it out and do something more and do the extra testing. But if you don't see something and you're very suspicious, like you have a young man who's at a party with a whole lot of people who's now found dead and you don't know why, and one of the reasons can be strangulation or something along those lines, and you want to make sure you didn't miss something, then you do your due diligence and do the further testing. Because that's the problem with drownings, is there may be no findings other than the fact he's dead in the water, and you have to figure out how he got there.
Facts. You got to figure out how he got there. Now, I know that this is a controversial topic. A lot of y'all in here crying, saying racist this, racist that. Now, this is what I'm going to say. Let's get this shit out here. Whatever you think about me, That's your business. I'm sorry. If that's how you feel about me, shit, so fucking be it. A lot of you guys out here waste your fucking life trying to shape opinions that others have of you that you're not going to change anyway. You can explain yourself 1,000 times. You can show them the fucking way. But guess what? The moment that they leave, they're going to form their own opinion about you. That's their problem. Okay.
And the toxicology results, could the neck have something to do with the toxicology results, or is that not related whatsoever?
So toxicology results will be from testing of blood, a fluid in the eyeball called vitreous. Some offices use gastric contents and urine and even bile, but it won't have anything to do with the neck structures.
And when it comes to the toxicology results, is there how long does it take for the medical examiner, someone like yourself, to get from doing an examination to then having toxicology done and results sent back to you for evaluation?
So it depends on the jurisdiction, but standardly it's about 6 to 8 weeks for toxicology to come back. It can come back quicker if there's nothing to be found, but usually if they are.
So 6 to 8 weeks, boom, we're the body guy was the 6th, so probably that week, 7th, 8th, they got to it, probably the 7th. And here we are on the 28th. So we're about 3 weeks in. He said 6 to 8 weeks. So we should get it, excuse me, chat, by the end of next month. We should have the full toxicology and the full autopsy back by next month. But they said that all the findings have to go to a grand jury first. Before the public knows anything about it, all of the findings have to go before the grand jury first.
They're finding some things it'll take 6 to 8 weeks. And I would also say if there is any decomposition in Mr. Wells, which I think they've alluded to, there can be decomposition production of alcohol by the bacteria that's breaking down your body. So he will have an alcohol level that can be actually, he could have had no alcohol in his system, but it'll show alcohol, or the alcohol he had in his system will be even higher because of the decomposition.
Yeah, are you able to determine how much alcohol could have been metabolized based on some mathematical structure, or how do you know what the difference is? Like, somebody, the cause of death could have been maybe they drank too much and they died from alcohol poisoning, but then they die and they decompose, and then their alcohol concentration is even greater. Are you able to determine the alcohol that was drunk while the person was alive versus the alcohol that's been created through
no
decomposition?
You can't tell the difference. Yeah, you can't tell the difference.
But
it's just you can look at the body and say, they.
You said, I did not get mad when my girl chose a white dude over me. I just got another girl. One, don't tell nobody else that shit. For two, how did that happen? How did that happen? What went on? Now I'm invested.
They're in a moderate state of decomposition. They've got bloating, they've got green discoloration, skin slippage, and then their blood alcohol comes back at a 0.10 or a 0.08, and then you can be like, well, decomposition could have elevated that, or it could all be from decomposition. It'd be difficult to say.
Oh, okay. So there's no mathematical equation of alcohol produced through decomposition, or, from a week versus a day, or there's no, because like you drink alcohol and there's a certain way to.
All right, everybody. Royal wants some attention, so we're going to give him some attention on the way out. Everybody tell Royal have a good night. He doesn't play well with others. He's like a little baby, so we're going to give him a couple melatonin and send his ass on to bed, man. Good night, Royal. We'll see you in here. Never. The fuck is wrong with you, Royal? I don't know what be wrong with these people, bro. They be wanting that attention. I'm going to give it to them.
Body metabolizes alcohol over time, so you can kind of do a reverse mathematical equation and say, okay, if this person has alcohol here, and we can deduce that the person's alcohol level was this because they metabolized at this rate. So there's no rate of alcohol production from decomposition.
That's correct. There's no.
Oh, Adam, you said you were Roy? All right. Well, everybody wave Adam good night, too. He said Roy brought him as a +1, so he can get the fuck out too. I don't know what's wrong with people, Chad. Like they act like I'm not one of those, bruh. You think you gonna step up? Oh, I came with Roy. I support Roy. Well, listen, you and Roy can get the fuck out. How about that, man? You want to take a stand for Roy? You get your ass throughout the house like Jazz did too, nigga.
Formula, you couldn't predict it.
The fuck wrong with him?
That's interesting. Now, do you ever see, or have you ever seen a situation where you predicted that it had to have been from decomposition because the alcohol concentration or alcohol level was so high when a person has been found dead after a week or so? You know, because you say, well, if it's a 0.2 something and he's been dead for a week, well, I guess the body would metabolize
Thank
it
you,
if you're dead.
kids.
So the alcohol concentration is going to be very difficult to determine if he was intoxicated when he died or it had no result at all.
So we're at least 3 weeks out from finding out. Now, Officer Tatum did come out today with some, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect him to come out and say no shit like that. They're trying to put some drugs around the situation. Blow in specifically said that one of the people that he talked to, we know he talked to, I forgot how y'all say his name, we'll call him Trey, and we know he talked to what was that, the other guy's name, the white guy, Wyatt, right? So someone that he talked to while he was down there said that there was a guy going around trying to give out blow. Now, giving out blow or selling blow is very different. Now, I'm not saying that the guy wasn't going around trying to give out blow. He could have very much well been. People get friendly when they get drunk and shit. But the way that this is looked at, giving out blow and selling blow is going to be completely fucking different. But either way it goes, they're trying to frame this as maybe Nolan had taken some blow. He said one of the friends told him 150% Nolan was high. He's saying he's not saying that, but according to very credible sources, 150% Nolan was high. Now, I don't know. I'm not going to say he was high. I'm not going to put nothing in his system at all. But Officer Tatum is running with this shit right now. So we got to wait on the toxicology to come out. This shit is crazy.
Right. So whenever you drink a beer, it's a can of beer, a shot of hard liquor or like whiskey, a glass of wine. It elevates your blood alcohol 0.02%. And then you metabolize at a rate of 0.02%. So you drink
Chetty.
one glass, you wait an hour, your blood alcohol is back to 0. So when you die...
Oh, Lila, welcome back, Lila. You said less than 50% of the money I send you on YouTube reaches plug. Well, I got a Cash App. Mods, drop the Cash App. But listen, Lila, you donated the other night and you left the chat. I was gonna send you a copy of my book bundle. 08, the modern framework for a political movement. I was gonna send you that copy, and I was gonna send you the copy of my first book because you came through supporting the channel, but you left. So make sure that you get with somebody, one of the mods will give you my email so I can send you a copy of the books. Thank you, Lila, for supporting the channel.
You don't continue to metabolize the alcohol you had in your system. So if you died at a 0.08%, you will be 0.08%. But as the decomposition occurs, your blood alcohol level will elevate. So you'll go from that 0.08 to a 0.18. And in the literature, it says it usually gets to about a 0.1, depending on how decomposed they are. But they've even found people getting up to a 0.19. So we have to, anytime the body's decomposed and we get an alcohol level back, we have to look at it and be like, well, they are decomposed, so I don't know if it was.
All right, yeah, thank you, Lala, for dropping the Cash App. But yes, Lala, that's the email right there. Send me an email there, and I'll make sure you get the copy of the books.
Really that high. One of the things you can look at is the liver. Is when you drink, it causes basically damage to your liver, and the liver compensates by creating fat in the liver. So instead of the liver being this kind of brownish red coloration, it gets this yellow, bright yellow look to it. So in a binge drinker type situation, we might see this big kind of greasy yellow liver, and then we'll get the alcohol level. And yes, it's elevated by decomposition, but we can also say, well, there is a component of that that is from alcohol because of the changes in the liver. So in decomposition, you get kind of this correlation between physical findings in the organs versus the toxicology.
So I see a lot of y'all in here, not just you, DJ, but a lot of people are saying they sunk the boat on purpose. Now, how would you sink a boat on purpose? Pull the plug? How could that happen? How could you sink a boat on purpose? The kind of boat they was on. How could that happen? Pulling the plug.
You just
by pulling the plug, take the plug out. So they should have some damn boat repair. Somebody should be doing some damn boat repair then if they had a hole in the boat.
Kind of try and make your best opinion. And that is ultimately what we are giving is our opinion.
So the inconsistencies in potential alcohol concentration, blood alcohol, will there be adversity when it comes to other?
Wilty said, I'm in the Discord. What's required to join the AI building class? It's a tab in the Discord called, it's the very last tab at the bottom. It's called Prompts to Products. You'll go in there, you'll see the itinerary. Just go in there and say what's up. Just say anything inside of that tab, and we'll direct you on Saturday when to show up. We'll probably do the 1 hour, we'll probably do like an hour and a half right before we go live on Saturday. I asked, did y'all want to do it in the morning or the evening? Most people said the evening, or they said they didn't care. Nobody said morning though. So we're gonna do it probably right before we go live on Saturday. Get with me in the Discord. That bottom tab is gonna say workshops or something like that.
Forms of drugs or other things in his system that may be noteworthy. Is decomposition something that hurts the findings of those things as well?
Keys.
Like, just say if he had cocaine in his system, would decomposition hurt the ability for you to find that to be conclusive that it was cocaine, or could it be washed away through decomposition?
So cocaine is, you can still.
Yeah, everybody that wants to join the workshops, like I said, we have 6 more slots open. I see a couple of y'all saying, I'm gonna drop my email. And you can send me an email there, and my mod's gonna drop the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, join the Discord, because that's where we're gonna be hosting the workshop. But if you need help getting into the Discord, send me an email at that shop plugcation, and I'll send you a direct link to the Discord that you can click. But yeah, we want everybody to come in. We're doing open enrollment until September, and then we're gonna close it off, and it's gonna be like 147 to join. So everybody who gets in now, they're gonna be locked in. You know, they won't have to pay. But everybody coming in after September 30th, yeah, it's gonna be 147. It's gonna be a private tab. It's just gonna be like that. So show up and support, man. We hang out, we build things, and we take the fear out of using these tools. I set up a just to give y'all a rough estimate, chat. 2 years ago, the stuff that I run right now on my computer, the shit that I'm running right now, would have cost me about $150,000 to have it running like this, just to have somebody build it. It would cost like $150K to have somebody build this shit out. And those are the type things that we do and we're gonna be doing in the workshop. Ask the people that joined the class last night. I'm telling y'all, chat, ask the people that joined the class last night.
Find it in decomposition. In fact, when the body starts forming blisters from decomposition, the fluid in the blisters will still have the cocaine in it. So that is one thing we can look for. There are other drugs that can be affected as far as their levels are concerned, but you can still find them even with decomposition, like methamphetamine, ecstasy, fentanyl.
All right, we're gonna get into this other clip right here. We heard this, man. I really want y'all to hear what Shula King said. Let me find that Shula King clip. It was on, I think it was on Willie D. Yeah, Willie D had Shula King over there. Shula King used to be a mortician. I think he still might be a mortician. and he explained it pretty good on why it wasn't pointless to send Nolan's body to DC, but he knew that it was going to be inconclusive before the body was even sent because they didn't have the shit. So hold on, where is it at? Oh, there you go, right there. Everyone hit the like button, chat. Double tap that screen, hit the like button.
Needs to be informed beforehand. I'm not. Okay, that raised the eyebrow to me.
Here, man. You bring a very unique perspective to the table. As a licensed funeral director, what was your first reaction when you heard about how the body was handled?
All I heard was that the first thing I heard that when they received the body for the second autopsy in DC, that the body was face down. I don't know if there's any truth to that or anything like that, but that's a disturbing thing to hear. I don't know if that was done purposely, you know, if he was flown to DC or whatever the case may be. Things can happen, you know, en route. So we don't know, but that was kind of
And that was my whole thing. Why did they fly the body to DC to do the autopsy? Why couldn't they have the guy doing the autopsy fly in? That was my whole thing. That's a lot of transport from Mississippi to DC. That's at least a 15-hour drive. I don't know what the flight would be like that, but that's probably at least from Ocean Springs, the bottom of the fucking map, to DC. That's gotta be like 15 hours, if not more.
You know, that was strange, but when it was understood that the people who are, or the medical examiner that was receiving the body of Nolan Wells for the second examination, when they were saying that they did not have all of his body parts, that was like, okay, that raised the eyebrow to me, because never in my professional history, you know, as a mortician, have I ever received a body post autopsy and they didn't have, you know, all the body parts. The proceedings, what the protocol is this: if a person in the state, usually most states, the rule is, if you pass away from a gunshot wound or a car accident, you automatically have to get an autopsy.
What if the family don't want one?
Well, the family, then the family does have to say so, to say, you know, we don't want one, or whatever the case may be, and they can kind of veto it. They can kind of, you know, they
Right, but for insurance purposes, they gonna want that damn autopsy damn near every time. If some shit went on like that, man, yeah, insurance purposes, car wreck shit, they might want that autopsy.
I have seen certain circumstances like that, but under most circumstances, it's like, because of, you know, like, let's say if a person passes away from a car accident, or they've been in a car accident and the person ends up deceased, for insurance purposes, you start thinking about these big insurance companies. The companies want to know, did this person actually pass away from this car accident, or did something happen? They could have passed away from a heart attack that could have taken their lives, and that could have caused the car accident. You never know. If they don't do an autopsy, they say, okay, it was a car accident, but there's a...
Dorsey, you said you named your 3 children Plug. Y'all want to know what's crazy? The only Plug that I knew growing up, like that people call Plug, I ain't even gonna say that. Let me not say that.
Bullet hole in the driver door. So this person could have been shot, and them being shot led to the car accident. You see what I'm saying? Or if they committed suicide and then the car plowed through the light. Like, it's so many different, you know what I mean? Like, you see so many different things as to why, under certain circumstances, a autopsy is mandatory behind certain types of death because they need to know this for legal purposes, for insurance purposes, and things like that. You know what I mean? It may look like a car accident victim when in actuality they're a murder victim. You know what I mean? They need to be looking for a suspect. You know, see, people don't think about things like this. And then if somebody is to
No, what I was gonna say is, see, y'all don't know what I was gonna say. See, I was gonna say the only person I knew named Plug, it wasn't what y'all thought I was gonna say. Put it to you like that.
be like if something happens, somebody gets shot.
I don't know if he passed away or not. That's why I'm really not trying to say it like that, because I don't know if Plug's still living. If Plug's still living, I would say it. But if he's passed away, I don't want to, you know what I mean, like try to show him a little respect.
They need to know, you know, it may be more than one bullet. You know what I mean? It's like you got one bullet in a lung and another bullet in the heart. So it's like, all right, do we need to be looking for two different suspects, or, you know, was it self-inflicted? What, you know, they have to look for certain things. But nonetheless, after all of that is done, after all of the examination is done by the medical examiner, all of the body parts are placed in a biohazard bag and sent to the funeral home, or sent to the next medical examiner for a second autopsy or second examination. And I'm not pointing the fingers at anybody. I'm just telling you what the protocol is. So it doesn't make sense to me that you would send.
Nah, he's not saying he was shot. He's saying like if something happened, say it was a car wreck, and they go to the car wreck and it's a bullet hole in the door, they would assume somebody shot the person, but they could go in and do the autopsy and find out that the person shot themselves or it was self-inflicted. He's just saying that these are things that can go on with autopsies, and the reason that states mandate autopsies a lot of times.
A body.
Oh, Michelle says we're 3 subscribers away from 49,600. Everyone be sure to like the live stream. That's how you support the channel for free. And let's get that quick 3 subscribers so we can move on to the next sub goal.
To have a second autopsy done when you don't have all of the parts, because it's bound to come inconclusive when you don't have all of the, you know, everything that you need to examine. Okay, even if you're saying, okay, well, we had to do further examination, for what I've always seen is when you have to do further, okay, we did one and we have to do further examination. Okay, well, then we have to wait until the examination is 100% complete. Then you send him off. That's right. What I've always seen. I'm not saying what's right, what's wrong. I'm saying this is the standard procedure of what I've always seen.
So you're saying essentially here that it is highly unusual for an independent examiner to receive a body without all of its tissues and organs.
Yeah, that's unusual. I mean, under certain circumstances, it can happen, but very rarely, very extremely rarely do you see that, because it's like, how are you going to come up with how can you can't, like, it's too many holes. Like, how am I going? Of course, the autopsy is going to come up inconclusive because we don't have everything.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So in your opinion, when you have missing organs, it greatly affects the second opinion.
Absolutely. And I would go as far as to say this, though, that because the liability of everything is so high.
Listen to what he's gonna say. He's saying that the moment the second medical examiner did the independent autopsy, the moment he received the body, he knew that the findings were going to be inconclusive because he didn't have everything he needed to perform a full and thorough autopsy. It's crazy.
There's a strong chance. Well, I would hope that was not done without the family's consent.
You know, I was what? I was just about to ask you that.
Yeah, you can't.
I was just about to ask you, should the family had been warned, should they had been told what exactly what was going to be included in the.
And Dorsey, ain't no getting married in my chat, man. What the hell is wrong with you? See, the only people that ever got married in my chat, I think, was Corey World and Shell. That shit's it. Ain't no more damn marriages, ain't no more damn proposals and shit, man. That shit's over with.
In the second exam, like should they have been told that, hey, the body, we got the body, but we sending it back without the lungs and the throat?
Well, in this case, what a lot of people don't realize is that the family has a lot of say-so in that. Because just as a medical examiner, you are in physical custody of the body. But the family, the next of kin, which would be his parents, they have
legal custody.
You can't really do anything with him without their permission.
Legal custody.
Like as far as sending him somewhere, like when somebody passes away, the coroner or medical examiner or whatever, when they ask you what funeral home you want to use, the family has to say, well, this is the funeral home we want to use. And then the funeral home is contacted. You can't just send a body somewhere without the family's permission. You can't, like, if somebody's a company is there that they want to ask, can we take organs? Can you donate? Or you can't take anything or do anything without the family's permission.
Right.
So to my understanding and to my knowledge and my experience, when you
Chat, did y'all see that family that their grandma was like 90 some years old and passed away, and they were supposed to send her body somewhere to be buried with her family, and the funeral home cremated her without asking the family? Like, she had it on her damn shit, like she wanted to have a regular burial and get buried by her people. Man, they cremated her. Crazy.
You have somebody, especially under such it's a
Young Merv comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat and said, if you ever want to host a financial literacy workshop, I got you, no charge, all education at your leisure, of course. Yeah, Young Merv, get in the Discord. We need all of that, man. We need all hands on deck, man. We're gonna make sure that we get value out of the community, man. I want everybody to be able to reach out, contact one another, and come in and showcase their expertise. Straight up, Young Merv, reach out to me.
Hot light, you know what I mean? In the public eye, you got to dot your I's and cross your T's. If you're sending somebody and saying, hey, look, well, we need to keep these body parts in order to do further examinations. Okay, the family needs to be informed beforehand. I'm not saying that they weren't. I'm saying that the protocol is there needs to be phone calls made. Hey, to his parents, let's get them on the phone, have them make sure that there's a clear understanding that we need to do some further examinations to X, Y, and Z. How do you want to proceed? This may take a couple of weeks. Now, somebody on his family side may have said, okay, well, look, we want to have a service for him. So we're going to have this service, and you'll send the body up here for, an examination, and then we'll handle everything else once you finish doing what you do. But that rarely happens, because you're talking about somebody's child, somebody's loved one. How many parents do you think would say, send my child's body up here and you got other organs over there?
Mm-hmm.
With there already being suspicious of thinking the reason they're having a second examination is because they don't trust the people down there in the first place.
Right.
So, I mean, like, I don't know who gave permission to do what. I'm just saying that as far as right now, it's kind of out of protocol. Like it's real weird. And I'm not saying anybody did anything. I'm not saying, because as far as we know, anything could have happened. Maybe nobody did anything. Maybe there wasn't a fight. Maybe there was an aneurysm. Maybe somebody.
Hell no! Somebody did something, man.
But see, but look,
did something.
See, my thing, oh look,
something.
I'm not saying somebody did or did not.
I'm saying somebody did something.
Yeah,
we're gonna get to the bottom of it. I got a two-part question. Let's say you was the detective on the case, and you had to interview the original coroner and the medical examiner. What questions would you ask each?
I would ask him if did they examine any of the muscle tissue. I know one of the items that they supposedly kept was the throat. So
they got Harvey, y'all.
Some people saying, well, hey,
remember how I just said Harvey ass was not getting on this case, bro? Why they got Harvey on the thumbnail looking mad as fuck, bro? TMZ dropped a video about the Nolan Wells and Harvey's on there and he looks mad as fuck in the thumbnail.
This guy was they might have choked him or they did it. So with all of that in mind, if you punch somebody or if you strangle somebody and they pass away, you're able to see the bruisings within the muscles. You know what I mean? So I would ask him, did you examine the muscles? Were those muscles damaged? Was anything in the throat damaged or that indicated that something like that would have happened? And I'm saying I would ask those questions it can go either way, not to hinder or help. It's like, okay, if this theory of this young man possibly was somebody may have choked him, or if there was a fight or something like that, if you examined his neck, is that something that
all right. We heard
my guest is a former prosecutor and host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Reported on the boat when the friends returned to the mainland. Nolan was the only one who did not make it back. Talk to me about this story, Nancy, and what do you make of it at this particular moment in time?
I think that it is very murky, and I do not understand, Stephen, the demands on all platforms for the investigation to be shut down. Is it possible Nolan Wells died by accident? Yes, it's possible. Is it possible that there was foul play? Yes, that is possible. And I don't believe the investigation should be shut down until we know the answer to that. I have 2 children, both the age of Nolan Wells. I would be lying on the courthouse steps screaming for justice if the investigation into a death related to them was shut down before I had answers. So I don't understand where all the hate is coming from.
Who specifically is calling for the shutdown of the investigation? Just to educate my audience.
Well, go online. There's any number of people, thousands of people that think that, quote, this was an accidental drowning. Why are you doing this? You're a race baiter. You're fill in the blank. Mm-hmm. This has nothing to do with what color his skin was. This has to do with an unanswered question. During my prosecutorial career, I very often was the only white person in the courtroom. That has nothing to do with Lady Justice. What Lady Justice wants, what justice demands, is a full and fair investigation. And I'm also not saying that's not going on, because my boss, Lewis Slayton, the longest serving elected district attorney at that time, I think, Stephen, it was 37 years, was like a grandfather to me. He was very strict, no one to speak to the press. It could ruin the case. I always had the same answer when asked. I believe a Fulton County jury will render a verdict that speaks the truth. Because I did believe that. We are not owed an
Oh shit, Nancy Grace was in Atlanta. She was in Fulton County. She was in the trenches.
explanation for law enforcement as to what they are doing. However, there are a lot of questions, specifically, Stephen, regarding the autopsy. The initial autopsy has remained under seal. We don't know what the answer was. The family, understandably, sent
Thanks,
Nolan's
Lamar.
body hundreds of miles away for a second opinion. When that doctor got the body, the lungs and the throat were missing.
Mm-hmm.
I understand why the lungs were missing, because this could have been a drowning case. But why the throat? What was there about Nolan's throat that piqued the interest of the original medical examiner? That leads me to speculate. Was there bruising? Was the hyoid bone fractured? Was it broken? Was it dislodged? Is there possibly bruising on the strap muscles? Is it indicative of a blow? We know on the back of the head, that's your occipital bone on the back of your head, about where your hairline would start, that there is deep red discoloration under the subcutaneous tissue. What? Is it from a blow? Is it from diffusion of the blood post-mortem? I don't know. But none of it is good. So I need answers before any investigation is going to be shut down.
What do you make of those who have said, I remember Officer Tatum, a conservative podcaster, very popular, over 3 million subscribers. He's been on a warpath going down, talking to some of the people that were there with Nolan Wells, white individuals. He's saying that evidence is showing that they departed. When they departed, Nolan Wells was alive, and you know what? They may have had absolutely positively nothing to do with this. The evidence shows that.
Stephen A. Smith know what the fuck he doing. He knows that Traylon or whatever, he knows Officer Tatum did the interview. I don't know what day he did this interview with Nancy Grace. Maybe he pre-recorded it before the interview with Traylon came out. But for Stephen A. to say Officer Tatum went down there and did the interviews, white individuals, either this video was recorded before Officer Tatum put out part 5 on Saturday, or Stephen A. Smith is comment baiting. He's baiting the fucking comments. He said that shit so people can go to the comments and go crazy.
That is that your finding, that the evidence shows that the people being, with allegations being thrown in their direction, the suspicions that have been raised by these people that were in attendance with Nolan Wells, that they should be, they have been proven or found to not have been around even when he was still alive. Is your findings consistent with anything along that verbiage with what people are saying about these kids that were with him?
No, I don't know the answer to that. They say Nolan chose to stay behind because he met a girl he wanted to talk to.
Man, I keep saying his name wrong. His name is Tristan. I don't know. I never heard nobody named Tristan. Maybe that's why I keep calling him something else. Chad, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Also, liking the video supports the channel for free, man. Be sure to help us grow and get this message spread far and wide.
Named Katie. That girl has spoken through her sister, we are told. And she says Nolan told her, I'm going back with my friends. So who am I supposed to believe? I don't know for a fact that what the boys are saying is true. I don't know for a fact that what the boys are saying is false. I do know they called Cito, S-E-A, second.
Yep, that's probably who I'm thinking about is Traylon Burks, because he was a Razorback. Traylon was a Razorback, so that's probably who I'm thinking about.
Word T-O-W, and said that their vessel was sinking. But yet they continued boating around in it for hours after. Is there an innocent explanation? Maybe. Maybe they thought it was sinking. They found the problem and they fixed it. Now, specters have been raised about audio suggesting Nolan had been on the boat on their return. I don't know if that was doctored. I don't know if it's real. I do know this. He went to Horn Island with them. They came back alive. He's dead. I'm going to investigate. You're darn right I'm going to investigate. And my wish is that his friends are innocent and that this.
Listen, Star Island, Horn Island, Epstein Island, I ain't going to none of that shit, man. And I'm not the Cayman Islands. I'm cool on all that island shit, bro.
Was an accident. But it will be a cold day in HELL that I endorse closing down an investigation because somebody said I had nothing to do with that. What? Am I supposed to go, oh, okay, case closed, forget about it, and go tell the mom, we're shutting down the investigation because so-and-so said he had nothing to do with it.
Have you received any indication from law enforcement that that is their intent, that their desire is to close down this investigation? Have you seen any indication like that at all?
What's up, Hannibal?
No, and that emboldens me. That emboldens me because so far they haven't finalized this thing. As a matter of fact, the other day, a female journalist got a hold of law enforcement, the sheriff. He wouldn't answer any questions, which he should not have. And he stated that all questions were to be directed to the district attorney's office. I expect what they'll do is this, Stephen. I expect that they will call in a grand jury. A grand jury has two purposes. It can be a charging grand jury. I presented hundreds of cases to grand juries to get an indictment. It can also be an investigative arm. It can subpoena documents. It can call for witnesses. It can question them. It's an investigative, a fact-finding grand jury. They may do that, or they may be able to do it on their own without calling in a grand jury. But I believe that law enforcement will.
So, yeah, this had to be recorded prior. He put this out today. This had to be recorded probably sometime last week.
Do the right thing. Much has been made of the fact that Crump, who is representing Nolan Wells' family, turned down a request, an offer to bring on scent dogs and cadaver dogs to the boat. Well, I've got to just swat that down right now. Crump, or the Wells family, doesn't have the authority to allow anybody on that boat. It's not their boat. I've also learned through the grapevine that the boat has been searched. I would like to get my hands on that GPS nav system. I would like to find out if cadaver dogs were brought onto the boat. I would like to get a hold of Katie and question her. And I would like to ask each one of the boys separately what happened. And I'd like to give them a polygraph. Is that so wrong? That's what I would be doing right now.
Nancy, I don't think it's wrong at all. And with those
Nancy Grace got her fucking foot on their necks.
questions that you're asking, I think all of those are very poignant, very, very significant questions that need to be answered. What's the resistance to getting those answers? Is it law enforcement saying it's an ongoing investigation, you're not entitled to know things until we tell you to? Is it the family getting in the way? Is it the Wells family picking and choosing who they want to investigate matters, and they're interfering in their own way? What's this mess that seems to have been made of this case? Where does fault lie, if any at all, in your estimation, as to what's impeding progress in this investigation from taking fold?
Stephen, I believe a lot of people desire controversy. I think that there are people out there that want to spin it out for their own gain, be it fame, be it money. And I cannot relate to that. I'm a crime victim. I am a victim of violent crime. My fiance was murdered shortly before our wedding. It changed my life and my family's life forever. It even affects me now, how I raise my children every day. I can't lay fault at the family's feet. I can't do that. I think that hate, racial hate, is being stirred. The pot is being stirred. And people are coming out. I looked at my Twitter the other day. I wish I hadn't. With the worst slurs. They're not, usually people will try to hide it. They're putting it in writing. It's just anger and hate, and is boiled up in the form of this case. And I pray to God that we will get justice regardless, notwithstanding all the hate. I don't know where it's coming from. I can't identify with that. But I can tell you this, we're not letting go till we have an answer.
Your thoughts on the Wells family, some people who wanted to point the finger at them, and I just find it to be wrong. I'm not looking at the family who lost their son or lost their sibling. I'm not looking at them. I'm not trying to look at them in any negative way. But there are people that have looked at Crump's presence. Civil rights attorney. Obviously, he's represented white clients as well as black clients in the past. The family brought him in. They brought up Al Sharpton eulogizing Nolan Wells at the funeral. They brought up these kind of things to say that, the family, if not the family, those connected to the family, are stoking these thoughts that you just articulated. That's a very, very big concern to you. What are your thoughts about that when the Crumps of the world, the Al Sharptons of the world, even though he just eulogized them at the funeral, he's not necessarily involved in the legal process, their involvement in something like
All right, Michelle, I see them pictures you sent of Katie and Bart allegedly. I don't know, man. I don't know. I've only seen Bart today. Was my first time seeing him. I see the pool party. I see the pictures. You could put them in the general chat in Discord, Shell. You could, if you want to, you can drop them in the general chat in Discord.
this. What does that do for or against the case in your estimation based on your experience reporting on these potential crimes, allegations involving such manner?
I don't care. I care about one thing. What happened to Nolan Wells? I don't care if Al Sharpton is stirring the pot. I don't care what people say, the rocks they throw, the slings and the arrows. Don't care. That does not
Yeah, it does look like I'm just gonna say it. Like, I don't know. I couldn't tell this group. I don't know these people. I didn't grow up with them. The Katie girl, shit, I've only seen her a couple times. This Bart guy, he's new to me today, but just upon looking at the picture, it looks like it could be them for damn sure. But I don't know. I don't know them.
dissuade me from finding out what happened. Now, sometimes people seek refuge. How do I know the family didn't know who to contact? How do I know Crump or Sharpton didn't contact them? And they said, yes, help me, please. Maybe.
Oh, but yeah, Shell, we did see on that Tisa Tales video that they pulled a different picture of them together where they were like outside, taking pictures together. Tisa had a whole different picture than that. So they might have something going on. For sure.
They thought an injustice was going down. I don't know why they chose Crump. I don't know why they chose Sharpton, but I can tell you this is not a Miss Congeniality contest. Nobody's going to get crowned Miss Sweet Potato at the end of this. Mm-hmm. Everyone will get hate mail. Everyone is going to get threats, and everybody will be disliked. But in the end, we may find out what happened to Nolan Wells. So go ahead, sling mud. Attack Sharpton, attack Crump, attack me, attack the family, attack the boys that were out there that day. For all I know, they've all passed a polygraph. I don't know that, but I do know I don't have answers, and a young man the age of my son and my daughter is dead. That's all that matters. I don't care what Crump or Sharpton scream into a microphone. Irrelevant to me. I only care about the facts.
Let me be more specific. What I'm getting to is, does the presence of individuals like that, based on your experience, assist in expediting the process to get closer to the truth? That's what I'm wondering about specifically.
I think it does, and I'll tell you why. Whether you like Sharpton or you have to hold your nose, you don't like him, don't care. But guess what? Every TV was turned on this case because of Crump and Sharpton. You know how many cases I've investigated and nobody cares? Their names are forever lost. Nobody knows their names. Nobody cares. But because those two jumped on the bandwagon or hitched a ride on the bandwagon, I don't know which is true, now there is focus on the Nolan Wells case. And I say, fine.
Authorities have said they suspect drowning. How do you feel about authorities coming out without the investigation being completed? I'm thinking about your former boss, who was like a grandfather to you, that told you don't go to the media until it's absolutely necessary. Timing is everything, et cetera, et cetera. I'm looking at authorities coming out and saying they suspect drowning. I think that's a very presumptive statement to be coming out of their mouth, wouldn't you say?
I don't think there should have been any comment at all. If they had to say something, it should have been along the lines of, we are investigating the case to our fullest ability, and we are open to any information, any help that we can get, and we will find the truth, God willing. I think that's what I would have said if I said anything at all. Maybe they did suspect drowning at the beginning, but they should have kept their pie holes shut, because we don't know that it was drowning. Now, the fact that the first ME took the lungs suggests to me that there may have been water in the lungs. That doesn't mean foul play was not involved. How do I know he wasn't hit on the head and thrown over the side? Do I think that's what happened? I don't think anything one way or the other until I have the facts. His friends could be completely innocent, or they may know more than they're telling. We have to find that out.
Which now we have found out that they did know more than they were telling. Because Officer Tatum came out today and now he's putting this cocaine narrative, below this substance narrative on Nolan. He's saying that one of the friends, a reliable source, someone he trusts, told him 150% Nolan was getting high out there. So, yeah, that's that. That's crazy, bro.
And the only way to do it
So they were holding shit back.
is by applying pressure. And in my estimation, the authorities being a bit presumptuous and ahead of the curve and saying they suspect drowning and articulating that, it's almost like their wish was to aim you in a different direction, and the direction towards innocent for these boys, because why would authorities come out so quickly and just say such a thing? That's just
right. Either they holding something back or they lying. They said someone was out there passing out the blow, and they said they know that Nolan took some of the blow. So it's either they fucking lying or they was hiding some shit. It's one or the other. It's no in between.
my thinking. But I'll ask you this as well. Your thoughts real quickly about the independent autopsy compared to the original autopsy. Your thoughts about that, if any at all.
Oh, I've got plenty of thoughts, Stephen Smith. Plenty of thoughts. First of all, they both are inconclusive. I don't have the first result, so I don't know. The second one is deemed inconclusive. Why? Because the second examiner does not have the throat or the lungs. So a full investigation, an autopsy cannot be completed, because this is what they've got to do, and I've seen them do it. I told you about the red subcutaneous markings under the occipital bone.
Yes.
All right? Now, how do I know that's not from a blow to the head?
Retired young 1975. This shit ain't about Irna right now, all right? It's not about Irna right now, okay? This shit is about Nolan Wells, and it's about Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Respectfully.
Okay, how do I know that's not from an accident? We are being told today Nolan was drinking heavily. Okay. Even somebody drunk can be a homicide victim. Even somebody drunk can be a victim of an accident.
You said typical hypocrisy. Will hypocrisize your ass up out of here then. How about that, retired young 1970? Go find somebody talking about it. Who's talking about it? You go find a YouTube live talking about that shit tonight and report back here. Otherwise, you need to swipe up in every live and bitch and complain like you do. Just go bitch and complain because nobody's talking about that shit. But you want to come over here mad. Why don't you start a live and you talk about it? How about that? You go talk about it.
That means nothing to me. Everybody out there was drinking. So what, I'm going to be angry because the victim was drinking? Again, this is not a personality contest. It's not a moral test about his character. Bottom line, I need more evidence, because that bruising or hemorrhaging or reddening under the occipital, I got to figure out it's from a blow, Is it from a fall? Is it diffusion? Now, go with me on this.
Good night,
when someone
Dwayne.
passes away,
Okay.
and they're in a specific position, the blood pools. It's called lividity. The blood goes down. Like if I die on my back, my blood will go to the back of my head, my back, my rear end, the back of my legs. You turn me over, it'll go to my front. So is that pooling of the blood? I got into a full-on argument with a very esteemed medical examiner because he suggested it was pooling of the blood. Then why wasn't it anywhere else? Why wasn't there pooling on his back, on the back of his shoulders, his neck? Why is it just pooling here? So I've got a problem with that theory. Here's a problem with my problem. It's very complicated, Stephen. The neck, if it was injured, is very diffuse with blood. The blood from the jugular and the carotid arteries could diffuse post-mortem and gather there. So what they've got to do is get that tissue, the tissue from Nolan Wells's occipital bone around it. And they've got to look under a microscope and figure out, is this a result of a bruise or is this diffusion of blood or something else? See, it's very complicated.
Yes, Sandy Mae, we listen to it.
Very minute. So we need more evidence, is what I'm saying.
I think it's very complicated for the average person out there. I don't think it's that complicated for you. I don't think it's that complicated for a medical examiner. If you have his body and you have that, you look at it and you can see what it is. To me, it just seems some resistance. I don't know.
Now listen. I don't know.
From whom to make sure that becomes public knowledge. I think that's where the challenge lies, not in figuring it out. I think the challenge lies in us getting them to articulate what they figured out, Nancy. That's where I'm at with it.
Now, you're saying what they figured out, because I don't think the second examiner has figured out anything because he doesn't have the lungs or the throat.
I'm talking about the first examiner.
That highway bone.
I'm talking about the first examiner.
Okay, yeah. There's one holdout on that I could see justifying the delay, and that's waiting on toxicology. Were drugs involved? Because what if, and I have no evidence of this, what if he had used drugs, fell in the water, and drowned?
But they didn't tell you that, Nancy. They didn't tell you anything about the
if he did use drugs, he could still be a victim.
But they didn't tell you. I'm saying the average person out there, they didn't even tell you about we're waiting. You couldn't say we're waiting for the toxicology report. I mean, if you could sit up there and say we suspect drowning, couldn't you have said we're waiting for the toxicology report? You didn't hear them say that, did you?
Yes, you could. I have not heard that, and you're very correct. That could be
we heard it today from Officer Tatum.
Or anything. Just tell me something. But we're getting nothing. And again, it's not their duty to tell us anything. So before I assign wrongdoing to the medical examiner or anyone else, we need more facts. But I find it very disturbing. They all go out, and he's the only one that doesn't make it back. The girl says he left with them. They say he stayed with the girl. And there were hundreds of people out on Horn Island. Nobody saw him.
Nobody.
I find that very hard to believe.
People
and think
now.
about the last person that left. What, they left him there? I don't believe that.
And
Stephen.
he left, and he let them leave, even though his cell phone was on the boat.
His phone.
Okay. His phone, rather. His phone was on the boat or whatever, which brings me to this question, because there were some questions about these conflicting stories coming out in the case of him staying behind to talk to a girl, a cell phone date, and inconsistencies between Life 360 and Snapchat locations. Talk about that for a quick second before I let you get on out of here, Nancy.
I certainly will. I've consulted with digital forensics experts.
Here we go.
And they say that there can be a difference between Snapchat location and Life 360 location and your iPhone, Find My iPhone location.
Yes.
So we have to make these things jive. And we may learn something nefarious or not. Now, we're also being told that there was no cell coverage there. I don't believe that, because the young man out on the boat called Cito, and I could hear him just fine. So there was cell.
Right. And The other guy kind of cleared that up. He said it was like one bar, enough cell service to make a call, but not enough to like send a picture or do anything. That was his explanation of it.
So the mom was concerned. She didn't see any Snapchat or anything going on during this certain period of time. So we have to, and you can look, Stephen, even if you delete and you delete it from deleted and it's not stored in the cloud, can still find out if something was deleted because it leaves a trail. Everything you do on your phone leaves a trail. Even if it's totally deleted and deleted from the cloud, you still leave a trail of your actions. But just human nature, I know my children, my son is a fisher. He would take his phone with him. He would leave it on the boat if he got into the water, but he would not let a boat leave with his phone. That would not happen. I'm just telling you that.
All of this has just heightened my level of suspicion, to be quite honest with you. And the fact that you've said all the things that you've said here in this interview, Nancy, has made me even more suspicious than I was before I started the interview, because I didn't know a lot of the details that you were kind enough to provide.
What if they left him with his phone so Bart could get at him because he was fucking with Bart's girl? I don't know.
To myself and my audience. So I thank you for that. Hopefully this case, hopefully we'll reach a resolution with this case much, much sooner than later.
Oh, but Bart was on the boat, wasn't he? Bart made the call. So that wouldn't make sense either.
I'm concerned.
I'm praying it was an accident.
I'm praying it was an accident.
We can't bring Nolan back.
That's right.
We can find the truth. The best outcome would be there was no ill intent.
Yeah.
That is my prayer.
Absolutely. Let me move on to this case quickly before I let you go, involving Brian Kohlberger. The case of Kohlberger is back in the news. He's the man convicted of killing 4 University of Idaho students in 2022, who now wants to take back his guilty plea and go to trial. Speak about that and somebody taking back a guilty plea and how that works for them.
As I like to say, be careful what you wish, my dear, for you will surely get it. You know what? Fine. If I were the state, I would run back into that courtroom right now and say, you're on, Kohlberger. Let's try this thing. I can just tell you, it's a technical legal term. The first prosecutor had no balls. I don't know if you're familiar with Latin or not. Okay. That case should have gone to trial. If there ever was a death penalty case, it's Brian Kohlberger to attack young girls in their sleep and stabbed them ruthlessly. Kelly Gonsalves's teeth were stabbed out of her mouth. And this guy is sitting behind bars and I'm feeding him with my tax dollars. Guess what he said? And I've read it very carefully. I got it right here. His petition, he wants a trial. He says he was misled about what prison would be like. Really? Jail ain't what it's cracked up to be? Boo.
Those were his words.
Don't
Those were his
care.
words. Misled about what prison would be like?
He was misled by his lawyers about life behind bars. He thought he was going to have, quote, job opportunities. Well, he said bye-bye to all that when he committed quadruple murder. And I'm finding out a lot more. I just spoke with Kelly Gonsalves's parents, Christy and Steve. There are reams and reams of evidence. And I can tell you this, that DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, is irrefutable. Irrefutable. So please give him what he asked for. Give him a trial. But this time, take it to trial and seek the DP.
But hold on. That's where I was going, because the guilty plea that he originally instituted, he originally provided, what he was saying is he knew he was going to jail. I'm assuming it's for the rest of his natural life since he killed 4 people, okay? But it wasn't the death penalty. You're saying that now that he wants to take the guilty plea off the table and wants to go to trial, you're saying go for it because it's an opportunity to give him the death penalty, which the guilty plea would not have given him, correct?
That's absolutely correct. And I don't care if you're pro or against the death penalty.
I'm for it.
By doing what he's doing right now, he's setting himself up for the death penalty. And I don't know what the prosecutor was thinking of, promising at the time of the guilty plea that there would be no appeals. That's not the law. I mean, I'm going to throw a U.S. Supreme Court case at you, and I just looked it up again to make sure it hadn't been reversed. Garza v. Idaho, that jurisdiction, you always have your Sixth Amendment right to appeal. The Sixth Amendment covers a fair trial, the right to call witnesses, the right to cross-examine witnesses, to have a lawyer appointed to you if you cannot afford one. It's been interpreted by case law, but that's the Sixth Amendment. You never give away your Sixth Amendment rights to fairness with your lawyer, ever. Even if you enter a guilty plea can be rescinded if it's shown you had ineffective assistance of counsel, if new evidence arises, if innocence can be proclaimed legitimately. There's a handful of reasons a plea can be reversed. If he's claiming his lawyers misled him and his word fabricated facts, fine. Give him a new trial, Judge. Don't be weak. Give the man.
All right, Nancy Grace talking about some other stuff. I'm going to open up the phone lines, chat, so y'all can call in and give y'all thoughts and opinions about what's going on and tonight's show. But what I am going to say before I open up the phone lines is that I just posted on our community tab wall, the post wall, I just posted the Discord link to the Prompts to Products. Like I said, we're going to do the Prompts to Products workshop. We're going to be meeting every Saturday over the next 4 weeks. It's going to be open enrollment. We have 6 more slots scheduled for Saturday. Everyone else will be able to come in on the next week. Well, at least 10 more people. But after starting September, open enrollment will be closed off. It'll be $147 per sign up. So be sure to at least get your name on that list. So if you do want to come in, you won't have to pay the $147. I did put it on the community tab wall to direct you to that tab in the Discord. I have the phone number pinned. I'm opening up the phone lines now. So if anybody wants to call in, get their thoughts and opinions, now is the time to do so. All right, the phone lines are open, chat. Boom. He said, Top Cat call in. Thank you, Shirley, for the mic drop. Thank you, Shirley. Yeah, you said is Bart the unaliver now? Well, when you put the audio together and then you put that in coordination with the pictures and the narrative that Katie might have been his girlfriend and he went off to college, I guess, to, punt, and he might not have been around. When you put that with the call, listening to the call, do y'all want me to play the call again right quick? I'll play the call right quick. Hold on. Nolan Wells, full audio. I'll play the full audio. Where is it at? Where is the full audio? Oh, wait. I can find it right quick. Hold on. I know where it's at. All right, here we go, chat. While we waiting on somebody to call in, I'll play the full audio.
Reporting live from Myers Club, Fight Plus News, I'm Janava.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Of course. How far is the word coming up, sir?
Breaking news coming out of Mississippi. A little over 20 days after Nolan Wells' disappearance and death, there now appears to be a major break in the case that the public is finally hearing. Yesterday, we would release an extended version of the audio call his friends would make to the CETO company when they alleged they were having issues with their boat and was sinking.
How many adults on board?
Call from
There's nobody on board the boat?
No.
What's going on, caller? What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Dorsey, and I'm calling from Los Angeles.
All right, Dorsey, come on, man. We being serious right now. Come on, man.
No way, I'm being serious, man. You asked me. I'm
Okay,
using
what's
somebody
up?
else's phone.
What's your thoughts and
I
opinions
think
on tonight?
Bart did it.
Okay, why do you think Bart did it?
First of all, it was a love triangle. He was a jealous because Nolan was hitting up on this girl. Okay, then after that, during the phone call, they was talking about they could overhear during the maintenance call or whatever they was doing. You could hear them in the background panicking, saying key words like dead and oh my God, he's not breathing. You see where I'm coming from? So when you put all that,
wake up.
Right. So when you
I
put
heard
in all
wake
that,
up clearly. I heard wake up clearly.
I heard wake up.
And I
he
heard, oh my
dead.
God. I didn't hear, oh my dead. I have to go listen. We finna listen in a minute. I heard, oh my God, wake up. And it sounded like I heard Nolan as well. But for sure, I heard, oh my God, and wake up.
Yeah. So just on that evidence right there, detectives should be knocking on their door right now. He should be calling everybody in who was on that boat during that phone call. Don't you think?
They said they interviewed over 60 people so far.
Man, they ain't interviewed no damn body.
They say 60
Oh,
plus
did you
interviews.
see what happened? No. Come on now. Black folks, we know how to play like we didn't see shit.
They say they got 2 witnesses that placed Nolan on the island after the boat left. 2 witnesses is what they say they got.
Out of hundreds of people, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I done seen video from various different sources. I even seen one when they was telling him to get on the boat. Did you see the one when he was in the water and he was crying? He was begging to get on the boat for them to let him on the boat.
No, I didn't see that. I heard them. One of them said we told him to get on the boat, but I didn't hear.
No,
I didn't see the video.
he was okay. I know you do the research, so you're gonna come across it eventually. But you'll see him in the water up to his chest, and him trying to get on the boat, and they all laughing and taunting him.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Okay, when you see that one, then you're gonna be like, oh, okay.
Where did you see that one at?
Shit. It might have been Tariq.
Okay.
That was last week when I seen that. It was either Tariq. It was Tariq. Who else was doing a thing on it? It wasn't O'Shea, because O'Shea didn't have that type of. I think it was Tariq.
All right.
Yeah. So I mean, check around. But if you see that, then when you start putting the pieces of the puzzle together, it don't take no Sherlock Holmes to start realizing that they all conspiring to cover up a murder. Allegedly. And then my whole thing, okay, allegedly. So let me make this broad statement. Allegedly, all of them are in it together in conspiracy. And my whole thing is, what's going to be their punishment? I guarantee it's going to be a slap on the hand. The boys are going to get a manslaughter charge. The girls are going to get probation. But you looking at tampering with tampering? Okay.
Well, hold it down. I got to use the bathroom.
Okay. Like I said, there are laws that's been breaking. Tampering with a dead body, moving it from one spot to another. That's another one. Also, interfering with the investigation, lying to an investigator. Not only the murder and the other stuff, but just on the RICO, they all should be going down. Now, for me, hey, if them boys get prison time, they ain't coming home the same. You can say it just like everybody. They gonna be up in them boys deep. If them boys get more than a year or two, because they better get county time, because if they don't, man, them bros up in Parchment Penitentiary, they ain't no joke.
So how you
And
feel
ain't that
about them introducing the substance? We're gonna call it substance for purposes of this conversation.
man? That's
The
just
below.
that's a red herring. Meaning that that's just a distraction to for the murder. You know, they just trying to muddy up the waters. First
Unalive.
I'm sorry, for the unalive, they just muddying up the waters. And as far as Officer Tatum, hey man, oh man, karma is a mug. When it come on him, it's gonna come hard. Cause see, he basically was leading the witness. If you look at it,
Yeah, he was
you
framing a
know,
lot of those questions.
yeah, he was painting a picture for the boy. He was leaving breadcrumbs, like go down this path. Say he was this. Say he was that. First of all, they said it was alcohol, right?
They said
Then they
alcohol, yeah.
said, then they said, then they brought in the foreign substances, right?
Yep. Now they saying it was a concoction, a mixture.
Right. So then they saying that might been something spicy in the dope, right? Fentanyl or some fenny or whatever. But I don't believe that. Why? Because if it was drugs, why didn't nobody else die? Why did nobody else OD on the same drugs if it was the same mixture? If you get one bag, everybody who smoked from that bag or who sniffed that bag was supposed to get sick. You understand where I'm coming from?
Nah, I do. Yeah, that's what I say. Powder heads hang with who?
Powder heads.
Right.
You know, everybody, see, Plug, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I had to step away from your show for a while. Because I was getting way too aggravated.
Man,
Because
listen, I don't need you to come in here and tell us why you stepped away. We talk about you got people leaving this motherfucker, Dorsey. This bad promo. See, you see, Dorsey,
Oh,
you come
okay.
in here trying to be all heartfelt and shit. We in the middle of something, nigga. Come on, man.
Well, shit, nigga, I'm tired of these racists acting like they motherfucking don't know up from down.
Okay, then, say that.
Okay, I don't like it that these racists act like they don't. Man, we've been having a war on drugs for damn near 50 years. Everybody know about cocaine. Shit, even the little kids know about cocaine. But then you gonna have motherfuckers, grown ass people talking about, how you know how to look, man. That powder been all over the United States, from Alaska to Hawaii. Everybody know about that powder.
Right.
And then I can tell you for sure out there on the Gulf of America that them party boats do the same thing in Florida. They do the same thing in Alabama. They do the same thing in Louisiana. They do the same thing in Texas. They get fucked up. They party and they do mass quantity of drugs because they believe that the police ain't going to be out there to check them. So, I mean, as any other questions you want to ask me, because I, you know how I am. I'm a radical. I'm militant. You know, I'm just waiting for some shit. Hey, I'm just waiting for some shit to kick off.
All right, so what about that other story where we was talking about the people in Louisiana that was signing the people to the rap label and putting $4.5 million worth of life insurance on them, and then one dude came up dead 2 months after signing the contract.
Oh, man, we thought about that shit way back in the 90s. My cousin did a show one time, and it was about businesses. He said, it's funny how the people who do the audio, you know, the sound systems and so forth, they have a shelf life for almost 40 to 50 years when they do that, right? He said the life expectancy of a rapper is just 2 years. So if I really wanted to make some quick money, I would put a life insurance policy out on a rapper and just wait for the money and just wait for them to kick the bucket.
They took out stolen they used stolen IDs to put the life insurance policy in, and one of the dudes had himself as the beneficiary, Dude died 2 months after signing or something. He tried to go cash in like a $2.2 million worth of that policy. But altogether, they had like over $4 million in policies on their orders.
Yeah. And I mean, that is, I mean, it's a very intelligent thing to do.
They said they was the ones sending the hits too, allegedly. Put life insurance on their orders and then send a hit at them, allegedly.
Yeah, I would do it too. Hey man, we had an old lady, two old ladies. They were sisters. It was back in the 90s. They would pick up black men off of Skid Row, right? Clean them up, shave them, get them all nice for about 3-4 weeks. You know, they living a good life. Them old ladies got them life insurance policies put out on them dudes. Next thing you know, the next month, old boy got hit by a car. Old boy somehow he got poisoned.
You said, Dorsey, let's talk Rico, man. Them folks not about to get no Rico, bro. They gotta listen. Rico has to be under, and it's a lot going on. Even if they all was involved, they still wouldn't get hit with the Rico. They all would just get separate time.
Check this out. The state of Mississippi ain't gonna. It's gonna be taken out of their hands because they're gonna say corruption all along on the state level, the local level of law enforcement, and only the Justice Department is going to be able to step in and correct this. By the time it gets to where it gets to where the Justice Department got to step in, Democrats gonna be back in office.
Hey, you see this? Look, it's a dude named Rich in here talking about pavement apes crying about fake racism. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's a YN out there, Rich, that's stepping inside of somebody in your family that you cherish like they putting on some pajamas, nigga. I'm talking about hold on, Dorsey. I don't need your cosign. They stepping in one of your family members like they putting on some pajamas, nigga. I'm talking about they got Yeezy slides on with no socks walking through the house, bro. I mean, they're getting bath water ran, fed, fruit trays and shit. All of that shit, Rich. That's why you mad. Go ahead, Dorsey.
Okay, so if you've noticed, over the July 4th weekend, there was a string of young black men drowning. Did you notice that?
No, I
There's been at least 5 incidents all across the country. I know one was in Texas. Another one was in Louisiana.
I know them foster kids had drowned that one boy. It was 2 foster kids that drowned that one black boy. They got charged.
You talking about the one that was in the Army who was like 18?
I don't know. I know it was 2 foster kids, and then the third one came. It was the black boy, and then they was out by the water, and they held the black
By
boy
the
in the
bridge.
water, and he drowned.
Okay.
And they got charged.
Okay. Also, it happened up in is it Wisconsin or is it Milwaukee or somewhere? It's been 5 deaths all around the country under the same MO, under the same circumstances. The person went with his friends who happened to be Caucasian. They come home, the other person drowned. Then on top of that, they act like it was no big deal when they heard about his death. No shock, no remorse, no concern, no nothing. So, hey man, y'all do what y'all gotta do. But Dorsey know this.
Tomorrow we're gonna talk about that one man that unalived all his family, man. They say he got fired from his job, unalived like 6 kids and his wife. 2 of them kids look like they might have been adopted or foster kids. They looked a little Asian, but I don't know. But yeah, he unalived the whole family, then unalived his wife, then set the house on fire and unalived himself.
Well, I gotta be honest with you, most people, we let our kids go on these play dates and all that, and think that
I don't play that shit.
Okay, because people that you think that was your friends for years. Oh, I grew up on them as a boy. Well, back to that. the boy who said that he was Nolan's best friend, right? But the parents say they ain't never met that boy.
Right.
Now where in the South do you know your best friend and they ain't never met your parents?
No, they didn't say they never met him. They said they just didn't know him. Like, they probably didn't know him like that. And I'm gonna say I said that a lot, Dorsey. Like, high school friends are different than childhood friends. Friends that you meet in high school could be your best friend in that moment because people switch friend groups, people fall out. And then, sometimes the high school friends do go on to be lifelong friends, but that don't mean that they invited in your house at that time because your
Yeah,
parents
yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
And then you got to think, who's to say now that we know about the alleged substances and shit being around, maybe they were best friends, but maybe he was just one of those friends that shit couldn't come around my mom and them because the town know you hustling. I had some partners who
Yeah.
was hustling and shit. They couldn't come to my house because my parents knew they was fucking hustling. I was hustling at one point in time, and it was probably some parents' houses they didn't want me fucking over because they knew I was hustling.
Yeah, but see, my whole thing is, first of all, you played sports, right?
Yeah.
And you had to get an insurance policy from the school in order to play sports, right?
No.
They didn't make y'all take a physical in order to play football?
I mean, we took a physical, yeah, but you make it seem like we had to buy insurance. Nigga, we wasn't purchasing no insurance. We was kids,
Well,
nigga.
when we was playing ball in school, your parents had to get,
You sign a
buy insurance.
waiver. You sign a waiver. Where we at, you just sign a medical waiver, whatever.
Oh
Shit like,
no! Back in the day, man, your parents used to sign up. I think it was like $17 for the insurance
well, yeah.
for you to
That
play.
might come into athletic fees. That might be. We paid athletic dudes. I mean, we don't ask what went into that shit. Hell, we just paid it.
Okay, so my whole thing, did they do blood work on you?
Hell no, they didn't do no blood work on me. Man, they touched your balls and made you squat and cough and shit, and they made sure you didn't have scoliosis and weighed you and all of that. Hell no, they didn't draw no blood.
Dang, man, I guess things changed when I was a kid, man. They did blood work on us because you remember sickle cell. Remember sickle cell?
Man, Dorsey, where is you going with this? Because we off topic.
Because when we were playing football, they checked us for sickle cell.
What did that got to do with this?
Because you could die from playing football because you would catch shortness of breath and shit from sickle cell. That's the reason why. But back to what I'm saying is, I thought that if they did do it the way we did it, they run a blood test on you and let you know if there's any controlled substances in your blood work.
Yeah, nah. See, man, I'm gonna tell you, if they would have drug tested half of these schools, man, they wouldn't have no damn football or basketball team. So shit, they didn't even piss us. Yeah, that shit just went on. You got your physical and went on. You didn't get no blood drawn. You didn't drop no piss. It just was what it was.
I understand. But like I said, man, pretty much, man, for me, allegedly, they what y'all
Hey,
call it?
Kevin, hold on,
DLI?
Kevin, you stop the bullshit. Stop fucking typing in all caps in my chat, Kevin. Damn, if you want to be acknowledged that bad, send a super chat. All that typing in all caps and shit, Kevin, like, stop it. Just stop. Damn.
Hey, can I tell Kevin to eat a dick?
Hell
I
no,
can't do
you
that.
can't tell Karen to eat a dick. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, well, I ain't been on your show for a while. I don't know the new rules and shit.
No,
But you
hold
heard what
on,
I said,
Dorsey.
Kevin.
You said Kevin. I thought you said Karen. I don't care what you tell
No,
Kevin.
Kevin.
I thought you said Karen. We was about to get into it about Karen, Dorsey.
Oh.
I swear to God, we was about to get into it, Dorsey.
Oh, it's okay for Kevin to eat a dick, but Karen can't get none.
Hell nah, you can't talk to Karen like that. What the hell wrong with you?
The greatest damn show on YouTube, baby. Going on and get back to the show, man. You know I had to call. I ain't been on this damn phone in a long time.
All right, Dorsey.
Call from
this time.
What's going on, caller? What's going on, caller? What's your name? Where you calling from? Hello. your name? Where you calling from?
This is Spitfire. I'm calling from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hey, Blood.
What's going on, Spitfire? You got to cut us down in the background. How you doing tonight?
Okay, hold on. Let me get you on.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hey, Blood. What's going on, Spitfire? You got.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better. How you
That's
feeling
what's
about
up.
what we covered on tonight?
Okay, so I got a couple of things I want to join in and say.
One second, Spitfire. Kevin, you
Yes,
said
sir.
I'll type in all caps anytime you want, so shut the fuck up. Everybody tell Kevin good night. We finna pack his bags and put
Good
him
night,
on a one-way
Kevin.
ticket. We're gonna put
Oh,
him on a one-way
there's the
ticket
rocket
back to
ship.
the YouTube streets, man. Good night, Kevin. We'll see you in this bitch never, cause you don't know how to act. Go ahead, Spitfire. You got the floor.
That's what's up. Officer Tatum.
Uh-huh.
I could spend a bunch of time talking about how wicked and trifling I feel like he is, but we'll skip that for now. I want to focus on the young man that he took back to the scene of the incident. If somebody that you love and care for was killed at a location, there is no way, I'm talking years down the line, most people are still affected by being in that location. Dude showed no emotion. He showed no distress. He showed no, you get what I'm saying? And I feel like that says a lot about dude and the situation. Okay. That's number one. Number two, the fact that they said they think it's a drowning before it had even been, established what was going on. The fact that the authorities said that is why a lot of people are being led to feel like there's a cover up and there's shenanigans going on. And I feel the same way. I mean, it's quite similar to, let's say, somebody saying 20 minutes after somebody got shot that it was a furry about trans issues. You know what I'm saying? It kind of came together real quick and way too soon, and that's some bullshit because we know that that's not the way life works.
Right, and
So I'll
they don't
definitely
even have the they don't even have the facts enough to say what didn't happen or to rule anything out. Like they should have just said, "Hey, we're not ruling anything out right now. We're gonna be investigating it. We can't rule anything out." But like they said, it's a lot of incentive. It's an election year. You got Bart who's supposed to be going to the NFL, so they trying to nip this shit in the butt. Like a lot of that shit happens in the South, especially when you got a tourist place people go and visit. Yeah, they don't need any bad press, especially not in these states that already don't generate a lot of money like that.
right. So it is quite shameful. And there have been a couple of comments where people acting like we as black people are being oh what's the word I'm looking for? Being hyperbolic about this being a race issue, this, that, and the other. Y'all stop pretending like we don't live in America. Stop pretending like the system that we live in and under is not racist. Come on, let's just if we're gonna be there, let's just walk in reality all the way. You know what I'm saying? I think that is completely out of line for people to even pretend like we tripping. How could we believe such a thing? Because if the roles were reversed, you better know it would be different. The fact that we keep finding black people unalive, hanging from trees, and they just instantly say it's suicide. You're not gonna say that that's suicide. First of all, the one young lady was so high up in the tree. How did she do that? How did she get up there?
You talking
We
about the
don't know no black people.
16-year-old in Carolina
Yeah, yeah. Come on,
at the
let's just
church,
yes. So it's
outside the
even
church?
more on the line and disrespectful. So I mean, it is suicide, unaliving yourself issue in real life for a lot of places and a lot of cultures, yes. But one thing that African Americans do not typically do is hang themselves from trees. We need to stop playing. Period. Now, I will say this, and I hope this encourages somebody to watch the Bible talks about guarding your heart and your mind, right? I believe a lot of this is a psyop. I believe a lot of this. Okay, you just saw them boys march on July 4th. Okay, I can't think of the names, but they had the little hand and blue. You know what I'm saying? Um, I feel like there is a plan in play inside the country to cause there to be um, um, a racial uprising. And I really hope that my cousins do not fall for the shenanigans. Should we be vigilant and aware? Should we be in tune with what's going on, or should we care? Yes, absolutely. But just like when the ICE situation was going on and people was in the street protesting, nope, not us. Because we know full well if we get out there, we gonna be unalive the first chance they get. I am absolutely amazed and flabbergasted every time I think about it. If January 6th would have been people of color, you better know there would have been dead folk everywhere.
Yeah,
And
I
I
have
think it's
said that. I'm trying to stay on topic, but I have said that if it was black folks, it would have been a massacre out there. It would have been a damn
oh
massacre.
man, it would have been insane. And then, like for the fact that Trump trying to make it like he was patriotic, hey, you play it in our face. You are pissing on us and trying to convince us that it's raining, and that is insane. So back to the point. I just hope that people are making good decisions for their family and their future, and not allowing external things to cause them to lose sight of their personal goals and us moving ahead as a group and as a family, quote unquote, unit, knowing that better's on the way and shenanigans are coming. So we definitely need to be linking up and linking in together and preparing for what's on the way. A lot of people ain't paying attention, but this Iran thing stepping out, it's we going up. So we had better be ready for more than just some local distraction shit.
Nah,
And
most
I'm not
definite.
saying that I'm not saying that it's not important. That's not at all what I'm saying. But I am saying if I can convince you to focus on this and distract you from this and distract you from preparing, then yeah, I win on both sides. I believe that our enemies have been planning this thing for a long time. And we definitely need to be getting ready.
Right. And I'm just gonna say that before I let you go, that there are a lot of things going on. This case is definitely important. And a lot of people tried to say, oh, just covered it up, he drowned. Now we got a couple other angles involved, and there actually has been a cover up, because if they didn't come out and say anything about the alleged substance abuse or this other guy, it was for a reason.
Yeah,
So that'll unfold. But another thing too, like you said, there are a lot of things going on globally. There are a lot of things going on domestically. We do have to be able to take care of ourselves. Be sure to keep some fresh water, canned goods, be able to
that's
survive for
right.
3 to 10 days. Another
Yes,
thing
sir.
too, Sam Altman casually dropped yesterday that he's the most powerful man in the world. And everybody
Hmm.
just made it seem like nobody cared about it. I didn't go live yesterday, but that I watched that whole interview, and he said singularity is here. So if singularity is here, artificial general intelligence is here, and that's the most if the AGI aligns with the creator, he's the most powerful person to date in human history.
Hmm. And we in trouble. We definitely in trouble. You better have God. You better know which God you serve. You better have a relationship with Him outside of a building and somebody in some robes clapping it. And I'm all church. I'm all in, but I'm all in for a personal relationship. I'm all in for doing for myself because they finna do this disclosure. It's about to be UFOs. It's about to be, you know what I'm saying? So you better know where you stand. You better make sure you're on some solid ground. Huh? So I'm gonna let you go because I can talk all night because it's what I do. One day I'll come and spit a poem for y'all.
Okay, I appreciate you, Spitfire. You have a good rest of your night.
You too, Plug. I appreciate you. I love the podcast.
Thank you. Thank you now. Man, Spitfire been around for a long time, man. Damn near when I started the channel, Spitfire was around. Salute the Spitfire for being an OG to the channel. But yeah, Sam Altman casually dropped that shit in a podcast yesterday, like, hey, Singularity's here. So with Singularity, we know what that means. The models are getting a lot more powerful. They're breaking out of test environments. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. And whoever owns the most powerful model is gonna be the most powerful person to date. Hopefully they do the right thing. Hopefully they do the right thing. If anybody wants to call in, we do have a phone number. I'm gonna say it once again. We do got 6 slots open. I know a few of y'all have emailed me and joined the Discord. 6 slots open for our Prompts to Products workshop on Saturday. Like I told y'all, what I'm running right now on my setup, as far as my video editor, YouTube automation system, right now it'll probably cost me $150K to build. And those are the type things that we're gonna build out. I also am working with a few clients. I built out a social media app. It's already like on people's home screens. It's in beta testing right now. Last night on live, we took an idea and turned it into a business, got the full business breakdown, got a launch page, a way to get clients from both sides. Those are things that we'll be doing in the workshop. It's just a better way to build community. And like I said, we have open enrollment until September, and then we're gonna close it off for a while. And when we open it back up, it will be $147. So be sure to send your emails or join the Discord to lock in your spot for free. But we'll take one more good caller, man. We'll take 1 or 2 more good callers if anybody wants to call in. We got the phone number pinned. We got the phone number pinned. You said you read the chat on Discord. Okay, KP. I'll see that you joined the channel and at everyone in that channel. And we'll probably be on for like 7 p.m. on Saturday. We'll probably be on around 7 p.m. on Saturday. But yeah, Chad, if we're not gonna get any more callers, we're gonna wrap this episode up, man. It was a great episode. Thank you for all the new subscribers. Let me go shout out everybody that supported the work on tonight. I know a lot of y'all sent jewels, and the jewels refresh a lot faster than the other ones. But shout out Laurie for cracking off the night with the first super chat of the night. Shout out Young Merv. Shout out Lala. Shout out Michelle, and thank you AJ, Annie Mae, Shirley for the jewels, and I know a lot of you guys sent jewels as well. I remember Gito sending jewels, a few other people, man. Thank you everybody who supported the work tonight. Double tap that screen on your way out. Even if you don't want to join the workshop, join the Discord. It's a pretty good community. We have debates. We just talk. People, it runs autonomously for the most part, so people get their own connections, and yeah, it's a community. Shout out to the politically homeless. I am the voice of the politically homeless. I don't care if you're far left, far right, liberal, conservative, Marxist, fascist, alien, NPC. You can come in here and drop your thoughts and opinions. I'll see y'all on the next one. Good night, chat.